Hello and welcome on this wonderful occasion, 27th of August, this wonderful Sunday, live from Latvia, triple free track close to Riga. And this is me, Andrus Janusauskas from Lithuania, commentating and hosting this whole event and having a blast from the Saturday. Yesterday we got a lot of action here. But today action is still going on strong. Rotax Micro, Nano, Mini, Rotax Junior, Rotax Senior, Rotax DD2 and Masters categories will go on this wonderful track. Also we got OKN Junior and OKN classes as well. Also my lovely retro class and wonderful stuff will be going on this wonderful track. So we have a great time. Yesterday it was a little bit more tricky for the Baltic Cup Championship for the rest of the field, a lot of crowd, but I'm very pleased that today with the Rotax we got a massive event, a lot of go-karts, and probably the biggest event on the count of participants. On occasion we have like close to 60-70 go-karts in the different classes, so plenty of action. In total during this weekend we got like over 200 go-karts and the pilots, so a lot of racing action yesterday and still going strong today. So we're starting strong, and at the moment pilots and the participants go to briefing, and race director Maris is giving instructions about today. Also we going by the schedule time by time, and I will inform you with all necessary information. So please do comment below in the section on our Facebook channel, and also you can do that whatever you please on your TVs, tablets, smartphones, on YouTube as well. Also closer to me there is a wonderful pilot today. He's a mechanic, but he's very young. He's going on OK Junior category as a pilot, but today he's a mechanic. This is a pilot and mechanic from Latvia, Roland Sprode. Hello there.
Hi.
Pleasure to meet you. What's on your mind at the moment? Are you prepared?
No.
No? Why is that?
Because I don't think now about for my driver, but I think what is gonna be on the race, because I saw the clouds and I'm very scared from them.
Yeah, it's actually it's very cloudy today indeed. Probably we will get a bit of a drop there and there. Also, yesterday, did you saw the race yesterday?
Yeah.
And what your was first impression about that?
It was very okay. I can tell, like it was very funny for me, because for me, when I was driving like in Rotax in here, like in Latvian Championship, that was like not that so much funny, because we was driving like with 5/10 gap all drivers, but in this race we was driving like all drivers behind, and we was fighting for places, and that was for me the funniest, because I don't like to drive maybe in first position, but like in 5 gap. I like to fight in these races.
Anyway, as you can hear us live as well, you can see how was tough on several occasions yesterday with different classes at the moment. As you can see, the best action here, and KZ Masters class in front of us, and the highlights from a previous race yesterday. Anyway, mixed conditions maybe will be today as well. Are you well prepared on that?
Yeah.
Your driver is quite confident on wet traction?
Oh, no, actually, because yesterday in the Rotax practices we was transitions, but he was a little bit too slow for me and for other ones. But yeah, I think he can, if he drives more in the wet, I think in more drives he will then know how to do it, because like I think all drivers in the first try on the wet is not gonna be good. You need to practice, and then it's gonna be good.
A lot of practices equal a lot of experience, and with experience, a bit better confidence on a go-kart and control your machinery. Also, you are a local guy. You're from Latvia. You know this track quite well. What you can tell more about this track?
This is very fast track, and for me, it's like very little bit slow in some corners, but yeah, it is. I really like this track because it's very fast. But yeah, I don't like the curbs only because they are when you drive on it, it's and it's like
You jump in the air.
yeah, you jump in the air. That like in the first heat yesterday, I drive on the curb and I do the donut and out of the race.
As you can see, the main straight there, and highlights from different classes there. And in the main straight, in this main straight, what type of top speed you can accomplish with, for example, your machinery? What you piloted?
115, 116.
115, 116. For example, DD2 Rotax, what do you think? What do we can achieve?
I don't actually know. I think maybe somewhere 120.
Yeah, we will check that with our next guest quite soon. He's piloting, and not only piloting, but coaching a lot of stuff. What else, Roland? What you can say about this atmosphere? Are you enjoy that we have a lot of participants in the past decade, and it's very massive event in the first place. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, it was my like third race in this track, and this was the biggest event where I was driving. Yeah, I really like that because like starting in the first event, I was going on all three events, and then I can only choose this event because this was the fastest event for me.
All right. Roland, anyway, best of luck as a mechanic today, and hope you do a great job. And as a mechanic, all you want to do is don't get any. You don't want to do any repairs today, isn't it? You want to chill, enjoy mixed conditions, a lot of action on the track, as I can see. Even we are sitting right now in our spots, and we observing what is going on right now on the track. Right now, there is a calm, peaceful thing because no races is going on yet. But what we can feel right now from our positions that a wind is blowing a bit stronger and stronger, and the cloud is going upon us. So we're expecting a bit of a rain and a little bit of chaos at the beginning. So you know, I'm not sure about how much of a preparation a lot of pilots done before, but we will see. Yeah, this Sunday it will be very good. So keep on this action. Thank you very much, Roland. Best of luck. And that was a mechanic of today, Roland Sprode from Latvia. So I'm very pleased to speak with young talents, with amazing personas today, and it's really amazing to have a lot of guests and a lot of people today. So another wonderful person close to me, friend of mine, Martinas Stankevičius. Hello there.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Martinas. We are local guys, local friends from Lithuania. You belong to the team.
Lenktynių. I'm a manager of Lenktynių linija, but you know, today probably here I'm sitting as a promoter of Rotax Lithuania, so I can give some information about that.
I'm very keen to and seeking for that information at Rotax. You know, we watching KZ2 and different classes, the highlights of it yesterday. But why Rotax Championship is very important in the global scale and in Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Baltic states.
I mean, a lot of drivers love Rotax because of their unique project, like Grand Finals. It's a race at the end of a year where winners of different countries or regions are coming all together, and everybody is getting completely same equipment, chassis plus engines from the organizer. It's brand new each year, and the guys has the chance, once in a year to prove who is the best of the drivers, and not like the team or equipment or something like that. So I mean, a lot of guys are trying to qualify there, and many people love that event.
I know that Lithuanians got their delegation, and they participating in that huge global event and like a world final series. Even Max Verstappen was there with the Rotax. Not even his, but a lot of F1 current stars. How the situation with the Rotax equipment is going on, in Lithuania, for example? Is it growing? How is that situation at the moment right now?
Yeah, I really like that, steadily each year we are moving forward, and of course you would like to see like a higher number of participants, but we are growing steadily year by year, which is a good sign. And for this year, we introduced a completely new model for this region, by which the organizer is taking care of all micro and mini engines. So this means that participants don't need to tune their engines and take care too much. They arrive to the race, they practice, then we make a engine raffle, and everybody gets completely same packages, which means again we reduce the cost for participants, because everybody are more equal from equipment wise, and everybody gets more equal chances to win.
What pilots need to avoid today in this track? What do you think?
Overall, this track is brand new. I think this is only like the third event in this track after its opening. Today is completely different from practice days. As you have seen yesterday, it was raining all day, so all the rubber from the corners was washed off completely. And you could see today in the morning in the warm-up, all the guys were driving significantly slower than in practice times. But the rubber is getting there. The lap times are increasing. Of course, nobody loves these clouds which are hanging just above us. But this year I think all the races were pretty with drastical changes of the weather. I really hope that these clouds will pass through the side, and we will be able to enjoy sunny weather this afternoon.
Well, we will see. Only God knows what weather will be like. Anyway, what do you think this different and drastic difference in weather conditions bring showcase and talents upon us? And what do you think about those conditions?
I mean, overall changing weather is very demanding for the teams, because what the driver is doing on the track is one thing, but another thing is you have to decide and guess what the weather will be like minimum one half hour before the session, to make the changes on the car, to make the changes for the engine. And sometimes you guess to the right direction, sometimes you guess completely wrong, and then it's only the driver who has to deal with the consequences.
What type of changes you do on a go-kart on different conditions?
I mean, even though we are racing with same equipment, like it's one brand engine, but still you can make a lot of setups on the chassis, like changing its height on the front, on the rear, changing the gearing ratio. You can change different parameters like caster, camber. I mean, we can go deep in it, but overall it's on one hand it's like personal sport. Every driver is for himself. On the other hand, every driver still has a team behind him, a mechanic who has to do his job. So you could say that a driver without a team or mechanic behind is also nothing on the track.
Martinez, can you tell us more about technical differences between the classes, Rotax Micro, Nano, Mini, how many cubic centimeters engine volume it is, like a top speeds, then there, we know that DD2 and OK Junior is quite astonishingly fast, but from early days, as long as I'm commentating, I'm surprised that little guys with 7, 8 years old pushing fast and really surprises that little kids going so fast on this machinery. So can you tell us more about different classes?
So overall, Rotax is pretty unique in karting world. They're producing karting engine is only like a really small part of their business. It is pretty unique project because all the engines are completely same. Like from micro to senior, it is same engine, same block, same most of the parts are the same. You just get different restrictors, different. So this means that if you are coming to the sport like in micro category, later you can upgrade your engine to the next step mini, to next step junior. You don't need to buy all the different engines, all the different equipment. You can only like step by step move forward. So this is pretty great idea. And the only different category which is also completely different is DD2. They I would say completely rethought the idea of how the engine should be mounted on the chassis. So it's direct drive kart without any chains, sprockets, anything, because the axle is mounted straight through the engine.
So it's very appealing actually. So you can start from early days and step by step upgrading your machinery and step up with a next level and next level. And yeah.
The general idea is, to reduce the cost. That it would be up to the drivers to show their abilities and progress, instead of just pouring a lot of money, into the equipment by, to try to buy some time or result.
Anyway, what about resources? I mean, you already told us that it's a very appealing machinery to driving. But what about resources? It's like 9 hours of engine hours, or how much you can run with the same engine, for example?
I mean, overall, it is possible to. Depending on the category, as I said, it's the same equipment, same block for from micro to the highest categories. So micros can easily drive like 100 hours
Wow.
and even more. We have examples with a driver driving more than 100, 150 hours, and it's not about how long you can drive, but they were still competing for the highest places in the championship. So this means that the engine doesn't lose the power, and like rebuilding it very often is not necessary. Which, in my opinion, the most important point with Rotax is, as I said, many drivers has the teams behind it, but I'm really working forward to make this sport appealing to like family drivers. There are many drivers whose fathers or even moms are mechanicking. So by making rental engines and other categories more appealing to them, I mean, the less are the differences between the engines, the less knowledge you need to get, to fight for the top places. The more people are coming to the sport, and they are able to fight for the top position.
Anyway, meanwhile, while we are talking with Martynas Stankevičius, Lenktynių linija, in English it will be a racing line. If
Yep.
you, yeah, racing line. They're keeping a good racing line all the time. Anyway, Martinas, thank you for your knowledge and expertise. The last question for you before we're watching this wonderful start in Rotax micro category. The final and most interesting question for you, Martinas, is how does it cost per season for pilots, and for example, in which category?
I mean,
Plus, minus.
it's an impossible question, you know, to answer, because it comes up to very many details. Like, are you racing? Yeah, we see Tennis is driving a bit on the grass. So, I mean, it comes up with to a very many details, like how much you are driving, how many championships you are participating. Are you going to practice like once a week or 3 times a week? So, you know, it's hard to tell, but, you know, overall the guys probably, if they are doing the work, they could expect spending something like starting with 5,000 euros and then going up, you know, probably unlimited.
Well, it depends how many practice runs and how much fuel and rubber you put on track. Anyway, thank you very much, Racing Line, Lenktynių linija, and the manager of this team, Martinas Sinkevičius. Thanks for your time, and have a great day. We'll see you soon. We'll chat maybe a bit later. Also, let's check it out, how Rotax Micro is going in this first heat. So it's a very intense battle between these 15 pilots. In the first place, as we can see, is Patrikas Jocius from GS Racing Club. So it's very, very nice stuff to see for now for this Lithuanian pilot. And you can see 1 minute and 4.2. It's a couple of the categories. So they are pushing hard, that's for sure. Let's continue with the action, ladies and gentlemen. Rotax Micro category on your screens so far. Number 25, Patrikas Jocius is taking in a lead. The first trio is quite comfortable in the front. Juris Pluksna, SM Racing in second place so far. Number 9, Joris Gimantas Stankevičius, Pashka Racing, is still going strong in the P3. Number 88, Tauras Zimnicka, so far, Lenktynių linija driver management team, so far is in 4th place. Amazing stuff so far. We will see that so far this track is quite dry, and that means that we can push to the limit on this soft compound tire. And there is 48. Number 48, Oskaras Pitkovas, art kart. Something's went wrong with his go-kart. Seems like technical problems, maybe engine out, or maybe gear is out. I'm not quite sure what happened to this pilot. He was quite good in 7th position, but now he's retired. Sadly, is overtaking maneuver. Great stuff from Joris Gimantas Stankevičius. He's up to 2nd place. And the first trio goes into the half a second distance between them. So it's very, very close battle for P1. So far, 25th number on his go-kart. Patrikas Jocius looking good so far. Great racing lines and pushing his go-kart to the limits using a great traction there and yeah, just a little bit of luck back to see where his opponents are, but overall is nice stuff. And as you can see, The number 9, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius, in the second place, is very, very keen to clinch that P1 so far. And he's ready to attack. He's really in attack mode. But not that so far. There's Juris Luksna from Lithuania as well. So 3 Lithuanian pilots. The first trio is very, very going intense, lap by lap. A little bit lean towards to reduce the drag, and there is a maneuver. It's great overtake by Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius. Yeah, he overtook his opponent, and he's clinched at P1. No comeback, no bite back so far from number 25, from Patrikas. Also, Patrikas managed to put his fast lap 1 minute 3.1, but on this occasion, as we can see, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius from Pashka Racing, P1 so far. He's pushing very, very good indeed. He got that momentum on the straight line and used that ability to overtake. On the inside, there was no defensive maneuver to cover that inside line from Patrikas Jotas, so that means there was a room and the spare asphalt to overtake and clinch that P1 for Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius. It seems like we're having last lap. Blistering stuff from Micro so far. And actually, in comparison, they're going very, very fast indeed in comparison with the fast ones yesterday. Yeah, yesterday there was a wet dump track, and there was impossible ways to accomplish the lap records and so. But on the other hand, today so far we have a dry track session, and as long as our weather is staying like this, we'll be very, very pleased. It's not super hot, it's not cold. It's just perfect conditions so far, even for our audience and the pilots. Somehow, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius lost his position, and Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius dropped into P2, and that means that Patrikas Jotas just robs his opponent Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius and just grab that P1 back. Amazing stuff, and Rotax Micro, amazing stuff in the front, and the winner was decided in the last lap, so what a drama at the end. On a cool down lap, they are still pushing, as we can see. The traffic marshals are waving the colorful flags, yellow and green. That means that the race is over, and there is a timetable in the front of us. Patrikas Jotas, as you can see, taking that P1 in fantastic manner. Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius also was very, very close indeed, but unsuccessfully not cover that P1. Juris Luksna third, and also, as you can see, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius in the P2 managed to take the fastest lap time so far, but at the end he's still P2. Emilis Jozaitis, Armandas Bujans, Tauras Zimnickas, Remigijus Kriaučiūnas, Saulė Vaitkutė, Vakaris Tenys. Vakaris Tenys was a bit of an off track, as you saw before, but he managed to finish in P9. And the rest of the field. So a lot of crowd on this one, but on the end of the day, that was an exciting race, nevertheless. So there's highlights of this first heat, and as you can see, number 56, Vakaris Tenys, managed to great to recover and take that P9. After that quite dangerous off-road experience. Another off-road experience was from this pilot, and unfortunately the retirement got for Oskaras Pitkovas from Lithuania as well, art card. So yeah, that was quite of a drama up to the last moment on the lap. Here we go. In your screens, you are Regimentas Stankevicius and his maneuver, but on one of the corners, he's lost that position. And yeah, number 25, Patrick Asiotis, done amazing management and take that P1. Amazing drama so far and amazing racing so far in Rotax Micro, and we continuing with Rotax Mini, and we got a mixed pack with Lithuanians and Latvians. Previously there was a couple of Latvian pilots in Rotax Micro, Karlis Gustavs Bersons and also Armāns Bujans. And the rest of the field was from Lithuania. On this occasion, we got 7 pilots, and 3 of them are from Latvia, and 4 of them are from Lithuania. Yesterday, there was a lot of Estonian pilots. Today, we have them already as well, and also, yeah, it's nice to see a lot of mixed pack from different countries, Baltic states. Yesterday we got like a couple of pilots from even further. One of the Lithuanian pilots came from Spain, who is living there and training and proceeding his racing career, but especially for this occasion, on Saturday racing day, he went from Spain to not Lithuania, but Lithuanian pilot, but went to Latvia. And we got 1 Norwegian pilot and 1 from Finland. And today is basically Baltic states competing with each other. So, yeah, warm-up lap, and so, on this occasion, we got like 3 go-karts, and that means, for my personal view, is Rotax Nano. It's a smaller class a bit, as you can see, traffic and track marshal showing that you need to be a little bit slowed down on that formation, and we have like a trio on Rotax Nano. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen. A racing day even for these little ones. Jokūbas Juozaitis from Lithuania is ahead of us, and he's pushing quite hard after 1 lap. He's managed to going forwards quite a margin. On the meantime, Domas Norkus just behind him. Not just behind him, but quite far. And as you can see, there's a very huge margin, and it seems like Jokūbas in the first place so far, Jokūbas Juozaitis from NSL Racing, Lithuanian pilot. I'm very keen to take that easy victory. And number 59, our lady, Gabriela Tankievičiūtė from Lenktynių Linija Driver Management, Racing Line Driver Management, if you wish. So far, bringing that go-kart to the finishing line quite safely on a safe tempo. So So yeah, 3 Lithuanians, and we cannot witness so far close battles. And the differences there are there, not in the tenths or thousands, but in seconds, like around 4 seconds ahead. Jokūbas Juozaitis in a P1, and he's building that gap as well. So yeah, today we got a lot of action from different categories, and as I'm seeing into our sky, those very dark and looks like heavy rain clouds just past us. They are still there. They're not gone anywhere, but anyway, it's still dry, it's still nice, and it's still good. It seems like we have great time to a little bit just to relax. 3 participants, but it seems like they just managed to be in their own league. Jokūbas Juozaitis so far, very far ahead in a P1. He's managing to building that gap in a lot of seconds so far. Jokūbas Juozaitis, number 16. Domas Norkus in P2 so far, number 18. And our lady, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė, number 59. In the safe difference from the boys. So in this combination, it's pretty fast. I mean, 1 minute and 6 is just according to yesterday's tempo and another go-karts and another categories. It's not necessary to compare those times in very different conditions. There was like a little bit colder, more wet, damp in a few places. There was like a dry racing line, but then we got more rain. So, but these times are just surprisingly quick ones, and to think that they are just under 9 years old, it's amazing stuff to think for average guy like me. So they're doing a great job. For now, I think it's one of the most important stuff according by this occasion. And for example, baby demonstration race, what we got yesterday and still we got today. So I think it's necessary to bring yourself into race days and just take that experience. So far so good. It's peaceful and quiet moments. Last lap so far. Another category is about to get ready. And as long as we have an enjoyable moment to watch Rotax Nano, and soon Jokubas Jozaitis will take Czech flag. I have a wonderful guest close to me, and Martina Stankevich's competitor in sort of way. It is Henris Grube from Latvia, DD2 Masters pilot, and he's managing one of the biggest teams in Latvia. Hello there.
Hello, hello
It's
everyone.
very, very nice to have you here, Henry's. You are a local guy. Tell me more about this atmosphere, about this track. How long do we have this track? Like, because it's like looks like brand new and stuff. But all this complex, how old it is?
Yes, we need to look back more in the history. There was a track years ago. I would say something around 15 years ago. Yes, and this complex is quite huge and can take like big races. So it was a home track also for me and my team a while ago. And like I've done thousands of laps here, but in the old track, and then there was a renovation. Yes, as we see now, it's brand new asphalt and also new corners. So we don't have any advantage from the history. Yes, we need to learn it as it was a new one. So not easy for everyone. And I would say that the local guys doesn't have any extras here. You know, everybody is learning, and the tarmac and the asphalt is totally different as it was years ago. But for sure, we are very happy to have it back. Yes, and it's much faster now. It's more closer to the European racing, so we have the chance to practice like that. And for sure, the drivers and the teams are very much having some opportunity to get the experience here, because usually the Baltic tracks are much slower.
Anyway, as long as we speak, checker flag was accomplished by the few pilots in Rotax Nano. Just for reference, I just want to congratulate Jokubas Jozaitis for astonishing performance. He was the fastest, and he just clinching by 2 seconds a lap from his closest rival and competitor Domas Norkos in the P2. Gabriela Tankevičiūtė also on the bronze. That's very, very, very good. So the Rotax Nano just finished their race, and another category is about to start. We'll see formation lap. On meantime, we're talking with Henris Grube from Latvia. You piloting DD2 Masters. Are you competing today?
Yes, I'm piloting DD2 Masters, but I'm not competing today. Today I'm helping the team. Yes, so this is Baltic Cup, and well, it was not in my plans at this point to race here, but we had 2 races this season in this track before. It was Latvian Championship and Nordic Championship. So yeah, but not today. Today I'm helping.
Good. Anyway, Henry's, if we talk about DD2, what type of speeds you can accomplish in this straight line?
Normally in the start straight you get 120 kilometers per hour. Yes, well, the average is quite high here because there are no really super slow corners. But the straight is decent, yeah, not too long, not too short, quite decent.
This track is quite fast by most of the pilots, what they managed to say previously in previous interviews. We saw all this track layout right now, right? What is the most trickiest part in your opinion?
I think the speedy part, which is the corner number 6, 7, and 8, when you go a little bit up the hill and then down. So this is the fast part. You can lose a lot. If you miss one corner, then you lose the next 4 corners. I mean, that's a section, a very important section.
Sector number 2.
I would say so, yeah, sector number 2.
Alrighty then, let's get started with this competition in this class. So we have Rotax Mini, I assume, and we have a great time to spectate these go-karts. What you can tell about Rotax Mini in your preferences?
Well, those are guys with experience already behind their backs. Yes, normally. Usually they start with micro, and now it's a mini. So they have a few seasons. For those who are leading this race, for sure, I believe they have a good experience. They're having a better speed on the straight. Yes, so this is a good class to prepare for some big racing, I would say.
Nemunas Volbekas so far in the front. He's were very fast in the end of July in the Lithuanian rounds, and this time around he's clinching that P1 so far. But the competition is quite high on this Rotax Mini, and also, yeah, on the straight line, speeding quite high there. Maybe from this camera angle you cannot see and maybe feel that speed, but on the side where we are sitting, they're passing this straight line at quite heavily fast speeds. What do you think about this category indeed? It's difficult to drive. How old the pilot's supposed to be?
Usually they are like 9, 10, 11 years old. Yes. And as I said, with some experience already. But there might be some newcomers as well. Like the first season, you may start in this class as well, if you are like older a little bit.
We saw a wonderful pass from one of the pilots, and it seems like number 153, Rodrigo Kakars from Pashke Racing, the Latvian pilot, is managing to take that P2 so far from his opponent in a P3. There's an overtaking maneuver, but it's not quite yet. He's not close enough. We're talking about Martin Streiber from Latvia as well, and FP Racing team. So far so good. Thanks anyway for Henry's Gruber, wonderful fella, local guy. See you next time, and Henry's best of luck for yourself and for your team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Best of luck.
As you can see from the timetables, 7 pilots are competing in this Rotax Mini. The tempo is quite high, 1 minute and 1.3, so blistering stuff from this category. And from this time occasion, we see a very close rating, wheel to wheel indeed, and another lost position for Martin Schreiber so far. He just dropped a couple of places right now, and hope he will come back and clinch that position back from his opposition. But so far it will be not easy stuff to do, because Kaius Kalinauskas, Intrepid Baltic team, the pilot from Lithuania, is astonishingly quite well managed to climb up a few places. So far, we have closer to me, wonderful fella from Rotax Micro. The winner of first heat is Jokubas Jozaitis. Hello.
Hello.
Pleasure to meet you. How's your emotions after heat 1?
It's very good.
Very good. You are racing quite well, and sorry, Patrikas Jotis. Sorry, Patrikas Jotis, your name. Miswrite down that surname and name. Patrick, what it means to you to participate in go-karts? Do you like it?
Yes.
You like it so much?
Yes.
How many years you are participating in the go-karts?
Almost 3.
Almost 3.
Yes.
Oh, so it's you quite experienced guy. How old are you right now?
10.
You are 10. Any plans to climb up position up?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So you are a very direct person, as you can see. So long questions, short answers. Anyway, Patrikas Jotis, amazing Rotax Micro winner, and best of luck on the next occasion. And I just want to ask you about that last episode. You were fast and you were confident to take that position back from your opponent? Yes? Okay. Nothing to say more. It's very direct. Patrick Asiotis, thank you once again. Thanks for sharing your knowledge about the motorsports. 3 years in all these expertise and experience so far, and Patrick Asiotis got a lot of battles in Rotax Micro. We will check how he is going on a heat number 2. And we're having a very blistering times. 1 minute and 1.2 seconds in this track is amazing result. 132 on his front. The number is maybe lucky one. Nemunas Volbekas from Pashka Racing is pushing hard. 1 second and 3/10. That is a gap between him and second place, where Rodrigo Kankers is managing to hold a pack behind him. Well, not a pack, just a few drivers, but it seems like battles for P2, P3 positions are quite high on this margin and on this track. And as you can see, a little bit Rodrigo is very aware how to put his go-kart on what type of lines. And yeah, overtaking maneuver, and he's just lost it. Or is it? Yeah, he does. And he's dropped back to P3 so far. An astonishing overtake before the checking flag. And amazing stuff for Kaius Kalinauskas, Intrepid Baltic team. Amazing overtake. Just a few corners before finishing line, and amazing stuff. Well, that seems that Rodrigo Kankers from Latvia will be not very delightful with that final results. Anyway, Nemunas Volbekas clinched that P1 in a very comfortable, I assume, way, leading the race from start to finish, and he was very fast indeed, and he just managing to just put himself in 1 minute dead. Well, not quite dead, but 1 minute 0.9. Amazing, blistering stuff, and I'm assuming we will see a few very fast times on this occasion. One more time, Rotax Mini category, the starting procedure and the replay and the highlights of this heat. So the first 4 pilots were quite close with each other. So Nemunas Volbekas quite steadily hold that P1. But the battle for P2 was a little bit more dramatic, as you can see. Martis Drabe was in a P2, afterwards dropping P4. Amazing stuff from Kaius Kalinauskas, just from P4 to P2, an astonishing move after just a few corners left to finishing line, and take that P2 quite in a nice fashion. Nemunas Volbekas first, Kaius Kalinauskas second, Rodrigo Kankers from Latvia third, Martis Drabe fourth, Laurinas Karalevičius fifth, Domas Karalevičius sixth, and Klavs Hans was seventh. So here we are, the pilots finished in this order, and the fastest one by the fastest lap times was just for a little margin was Nemunas Volbekas by 3 hundredths of a second. Just behind was Kaius Kalinauskas, who was very fast indeed, and a victory, fist pump in the air. Just amazing to see that delightful experience and delightful emotion for Kaius Kalinauskas. Just I think he's very, very happy with his performance. I think he done an amazing job to take that P2, and yeah, it is racing. That was a very, very exciting race indeed. So let's continue with another categories, and we about to start quite soon with Rotax Junior, I assume, and Rotax Senior. Maybe two classes will be side by side, or maybe just we will start individually. We will soon find out how it goes by this all racing procedures. But so far so good. Cloudy weather, a bit of a sunny day, quite warm, like 23 or so degrees Celsius, not Fahrenheit. And Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge round 5, and also we got like a Retro Cup round 5, baby demonstration race today as well. Also, we got like Latvian pilots as well from different categories, so they got like their own championship inside all this competition. So it's a very pleasant thing to see. A lot of go-karts, and I assume we got like Rotax Junior and Rotax Senior. That it is correct. And in the first row, they're supposed to be Rotax Senior category, and behind them Rotax Junior. So we got like all Baltic states right here, Lithuanians, Latvians and Estonians. It will be very interesting stuff to see, because a lot of go-karts and a lot of things could happen. I know that Oskar Savitsky is a very, very deadly pilot in a good manner, I assume. On the end of July, I witnessed his performance on Cholet, Lithuania round number 4, and he was very blisteringly fast. So we'll see how he's performing on this Latvian soil and this Latvian track. So let's keep an eyes open, and I'm very, very keen to see this rolling start, because a lot of things with this much of a crowd could happen in the first corner. And I think that we go just under 1 minute margin on this track with this type of go-karts. Everything seems like nice and in place. Track marshal just shows the hand gestures that do a little bit to slow down. Here we are, accelerating, and here we go. Rotax Junior and Rotax Senior, 2 categories in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, first corner quite significantly good. A little bit of contact between them. It's crucial first corners. Oh, couple of go-karts just goes outside, and it is couple of pilots. Arlandas Aladavicius, it seems like he was out a little bit. We'll check that information. And 312, Sebastian Adari. It seems like this Estonian pilot in front of us. It's very, very nice indeed action right now, and you can see how sometimes difficult to maneuver those go-karts. It's on the braking zone. Oskar Savitsky in the second place, but just behind him there's another wonderful pilot, and it is Hubertas Budvidis. Marta Spike fourth, Ralph Stammers fifth, Nois Gerulaitis sixth, Alice Stolkermain seventh, Henrikas Klapikas eighth, Joel Kasper Jopera ninth, Oliver Kirk finishing in the P10 so far after the first lap. So and here we are, Sebastian Adari still holding that P1 so far, but Oskar Savitsky is taking that lead in one of the great manners in one of the corners. I assume it will be very, very tough battle. Not very successful on the braking zone, but that was astonishing stuff to see. And great stuff from Lithuanian and Estonian pilots. They're just mixing their positions up, and a lot of things could laps to go. And I just announced before that we definitely go under 1 minute margin in this track. 58.0 seconds for 312 Sebastian Adari, Rotax senior pilot. So far so good. So seniors is quite all right in the front. We have one junior who's got a couple places up in between of seniors in the 4th place overall, but first in his own class, Rotax junior, is Ralph Stammers. Amazing performance from him. Oh, it's like a bullet in the side, and that was a quite dangerous dive, I assume, but he didn't win those places in. A couple of other drivers need to be aware of that action. So a bit of a lean on the straight line just to reduce the drag. Oscar is holding on the 2nd place so far, and Sebastian just keeping and pushing on this the last lap, and it seems like Oscar Savitsky is just behind of that pace. Just behind him is Hubertas Budvytis, TS Motorsport, Lithuanian pilot, in the 3rd position, and it seems like he's very harassing the P2 so far. A lot of action going on here on the Rotax Junior and the Rotax Senior, and 56.9 seconds so far, and blistering stuff from Sebastian, and I assume we will have wonderful action to come. So far, Sebastian from Estonia is leading the race, 312 number in the front, and as you can see, Oscar Savitsky just launched his P2, very rapid pilot from Rotax Senior, Hubertas Budvytis, 302, the blue go-karts in front of us. He just clinching that P2 so far, and Sebastian is pushing quite hard and got that safe distance behind him, just above 0.8 of a second, which is quite good to keep that barrier of distance between P1 and P2. A lot of middle pack action here, as you can see. Oliver competing with Noyes for P7, and it's quite astonishing stuff to see as well. They are just scrapping those points from higher places in the grid, so it's very, very important to finish as high as possible. We got like under 2 minutes left in this racing, and it's still going strong. Going strong, really, really indeed, this Estonian pilot. It is 312, Sebastian Adari, Estonian pilot from AGS Racing. He just taking fastest lap by fastest lap. 56.5, blistering stuff, but also, guess what? The fastest lap belongs to P2, Hubertas Budvytis, who's got 56.3. Amazing stuff from this Lithuanian pilot, but I think, well, 6/10, under 6/10 between P1 and P2, so It will be very, very interesting stuff to see. As you can see, they're very, very close indeed. The fight for P1 is still there. Estonian versus Lithuanian pilot. Oscar is still there in a P3. A little bit of contact or maybe mistake from two pilots in the front. Maybe Oscar can then overtook them both, but still, it seems like it's not over yet. Couple of corners will be left, and will. Yes, and there it is. As I told you before, it's absolutely amazing. And there is a one power slide on the grass, 389. This is a Oscar, amazing stuff. This is a fantastic. Oscar just lost it and just dropped down on the grass. Wow, and Hubertas Budvytis take that P1 from Estonian pilot, absolutely smashing the lap time. 56.006. We update the timetables on the left-hand side on your screens, just don't worry. And Hubertas taking the lead in a very great manner. Fantastic, blistering stuff. As you can see, he just disappears in the distance. What is going on? Sebastian, I think, is a bit of a shock after that overtake. And just look at that, Hubertas Budvytis smashing opposition in Rotax senior class. Meanwhile, the Rotax junior is still pushing quite fast. The first fifth overall, but first in his own class, Oliver Kirk. And here we are, checkered flag, absolutely chaotic drama, and what a race was that. So, the standings like that: Hubertas Budvytis, Sebastian Adari, Marta Spike. I'm saying sorry in English manner on this occasion. Maybe Latvian surnames supposed to be pronounced like Spike. I don't know, but just let me be clear. You can all the time to come to me and correct me in a great manner. Hendrikas Klapikas, Oliver Kirk, Erlav Stammers, Noyes Gerolaitis, Alice Stolkermain, Oscar Savitsky just dropped his positions very far down for Rotax senior category. As you can see, he was very fast indeed, but he didn't take that P3. He was a couple of moments in a P1 after that P2, and but Hubertas Budvytis just astonishingly take that P1. And as you can see, the fastest time is just 6/10 above everybody. Amazing stuff from Lithuanian pilot. Just look at that. So far, Henrikas holding that P3 after the starting procedure. There's a little bit bumpy rides there and there. Couple of go-karts, junior go-karts. Aloisas Čekavičius also went off the track. And on the meantime, Estonian pilot 312, Sebastian Adari. It looks like he was the best of the best so far, but he didn't manage to keep that momentum. There was for a few moments Oscar Savitsky in the front, but he lost that position as well. And then from that back, Hubertas Budvytis taking P2, holding strong on that position. Here we go, he's going inside line after the straight line, overtaking Oscar. Another overtake in the middle of the pack. Rotax junior classes, there was very intense battles there. And here we are. Hubertas Budvytis overtaking Estonian pilot Sebastian Adari. Yeah, and just look at that. Maybe there was some kind of problem for Sebastian Adari. He didn't look very fast in that corner, and that was a moment where Oskar Savitsky lost his machinery in one of the corners. Overall, finished in P9. Not a great stuff for Oskar Savitsky on Rotax Senior, and by now we have a wonderful fella, Lithuanian pilot, who's taking his headset, and we got pilot from Lithuania, Rotax Mini category winner for heat number 1, Nemunas Volbekas. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Nemunas, you were quite comfortable in the front. How was your race from your perspective?
It's a good. I'm first qualified. First hit first, and
You qualified first, you
Yes.
finished heat 1 first, and you will be first, right? What do you expect from this day? You see? We see the clouds. Do you like the rain?
what?
Do you like the rain?
Normal.
Normal. Anyway, Nemunas Volbekas took fantastically that P1 in quali, and without any hesitation took heat 1 victory so far. So Nemunas Volbekas, we will see how it goes for heat 2 and the final round for you. Nemunas, best of luck for you. I wish you all the best, and see you next time. And so far so good in this wonderful competition in this Sunday. We going according by the plan, and it looks very, very nice indeed. So another wonderful class, and I assume we got Rotax DD2 and Rotax DD2 Masters in front of us. So it will be very interesting and very, very nice indeed. Here we are. We are on starting procedure. Andrius Zinkevičius was in the front. So far, the first corner is quite complicated to fit all those go-karts in one straight line, and a lot of bumpy rides on those high curves could happen on those first corners. Yeah, the first position goes to Andrius Zinkevičius. He's securing that P1 so far, and just behind him there's Ragnar Verus. He's very, very fast indeed so far, and it seems like those P1 and P2 quite secure, and the pushing tempo is quite high, and Ragnar Verus just overtaking his opponent in the front, but I assume it will be not over yet. As you can see, there's a very, very strict distances between those go-karts in all those three positions. In the third goes strongly Chris Jaunzemis from Latvia, and there's a little bit of a mix. So we have all Baltic states, three Baltic states. First of all, Estonian pilot Ragnar Verus in the front. The second goes for Andrius Zinkevičius, and the third Chris Jaunzemis. So far so good. The first lap was quite fast, 57.2. Fast indeed for according by the tire temperatures. I assume they go like 55.0 in this track, and we'll see how it goes. And another overtake here, and a position for P3 just increased for one of the pilots. It seems like Maxim Shurko just managed to overtake a couple of guys in the front, and on the main straight, lean towards the steering wheel, just reduce a little bit of a drag. How does that impact? A little bit of contact between these two pilots, 421. Simon Stankevičius still holding on that position, but a bit of a contact was there, and I assume that was not very comfortable situation to be in the first place. So in the front, Rotax DD2, but on Rotax DD2 Masters category, Richard Kaltiams so far, he's the first one, and he's really pushing far from his opposition. He's currently on the main standings is 6th. The closest rival is on 10th position, so the closest rival need to overtake quite a few places above to reach his opponent in the front. The gaps between the go-karts are quite a few tenths. Everybody just in a battle mode so far, and it seems that we will see a lot of action there. Another overtake, 424. Andrius Zinkevičius seems like find the way to go away from his opponent behind, but it's not over yet. A lot of pilots still in the front, but to battling the way up is interesting and exciting job to do. A little bit of wide open corner for one of the pilots, a bit of a stretch on one of the corners. I think he lost a few kilometers of the top speed on the straight. On the meantime, we have another interview with Lukas Baltrušaitis. He's a track marshal, I assume. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's very, very nice indeed. Lukas, you are the first track marshal, and you know you are inside this federation and you are inside the organization. What is the toughest stuff to do on this race day?
Managing emotions and making sure that our reaction times are as fast as possible. Because our main priority on the track is to ensure the safety of our racers and to make sure that they are racing according to the rules. So we have to be always sharp on an eye and see what's going on all the time.
Anyway, according by the rules, what is the common brake rule what pilots usually do?
Usually, when we push each other around, it's considered a racing accident. But if there's a more, how to say, more aggressive take on that, and we are going elbows out, as we say, it's for us marshals to see that and to make sure that this doesn't repeat. So it depends on the situation, on every heat as well. But one of the main penalties which drivers get during these kind of races are the bumpers. So we always have to check that after the heat and after the qualifying if the bumpers were pushed or not.
So far, just back shortly on this action, and Maxim Shurko, who's got like position number 3, 54.5, astonishingly fast lap, the fastest one so far. Also, the first positions belongs to Ragnar Beres and Chris Jaunzemis. Great stuff for these 3 pilots. All the Baltic states on the podium steps, all different 3 Baltic states. Another question, Lukas, I just want to ask, what about emotions afterwards? The race day, you know, pilots on this federation after all those races. are quite angry about the accidents. You got a lot of complaints to deal with pilot emotions and coaches' emotions.
It happens from time to time, but we have a secretariat and the race director and the race commissar which deal with those things. Because we, as flag marshals or the technical marshals, which do other things, have our own jobs. So it's very, very, how to say, split the job. We do a lot of operations.
Maxim Shurko just raising his hand, and it shows that he don't like his opposition actions. It seems like a little bit push-up was there. Maxim Shurko is pushing very, very hard indeed, and he's pushing the fastest time overall. Maxim Shurko, 54.4. And it seems like he's catching up the Estonian pilot Ragnar Verus in the front. It's a lot of amazing action in the front. So 0.3 of a second is just separating those two pilots in the front, but nowhere disappeared in the distance. He's really, really close. Chris Jaunzemis in P3. So it seems like a little bit after the few corners, he's just a little bit behind. And Maxim Shurko from Lithuania is pushing hard. It seems like it will be another amazing overtake on the last couple of corners. Does we have that? Maxim Shurko does have ability to overtake his opponent. The last lap and another action going on very, very fast indeed. The Estonian pilot is taking the defensive maneuver after the main straight. Maxim Shurko, he needs to find... Yeah! Oh my god, I'm so excited about that. But on the meantime, after that battling up with each other, the Latvian pilot Chris Jaunzemis used the opportunity to overtake Lithuanian pilot and just harassing right now Estonian and overtaking and going from P3 to P1. Amazing stuff from Latvian pilot Chris Jaunzemis. Overtook both of them, and it's not still going there. And P4 is still up there. Andrius Zinkevičius is harassing right now one of the pilots, and amazing stuff from Latvian pilot. Absolutely, what a drama up to the finishing line in every single category. We saw that on the Rotax Micro, on Rotax Junior, Senior, and what an amazing stuff is going on there. I'm very thankful for technical track marshal Lukas Baltrushaitis for a few insights about all these races. And so far, so good. We have plenty of action, and just look at that timetable. Absolutely amazing. Chris Jaunzemis just overtook his two opponents on the last lap on a few corners. I think Maxim Shurko got a little bit of a stretch there and Ragnar Verus was too much of distress on a couple of corners. On that occasion, Chris Jaunzemis just passed both of them and take that sweet, sweet P1. Tomas Rudokas managed to secure P4. Andrius Zinkevičius, Simas Stankevičius, Rikas Kaltiems, and once again, just take a look once again on those highlights of this race. I assume we got plenty of nice action there. So from the first couple of laps, we saw a lot of mix in the front, but for a very, very long time, Ragnar Verus just hold that P1, and it seemed like that he's got that edge, got that sweet, sweet spot, and managed to control all that pack behind him. Andrius Zinkevičius got a lot of action today in a Heat 1. He switched places with Simas Stankevičius, with Tomas Rudokas, but finally finishing in the P4. In the P5. Once again, as you can see, Tomas Rudokas, couple of nice maneuvers from him. Another outtake from Rudakas. 4 to 6 number on side. And here we are, top 3, and already Latvian pilot there, switching the places with Maxim Shurko. And a little bit of a hand gesture there, and as you can see, a lot of chaos there, and Latvian goes from deep outside to inside and overtaking closely both of them, sticks to the P2, and then overtaking Estonian pilot in a great fashion. Absolutely fantastic high league from Latvian pilot Chris Jaunzemis. Absolutely amazing race, and he's finishing P1, and another hand gestures, couple of hand gestures on the finishing line, and that indicates a little bit inside drama on this track. It seems like not everyone is very happy with the final result, but it is what it is. So Chris Jaunzemis, Ragnar Verus, Maxim Shurko is Rotax DD2 podium. Tomas Rudakas clinched at P4, and Andrius Sinkevičius P5. So we got Simas Stamkevičius in the P6, and the first and overall 7th, but in his own manner, Rikards Kaltsems taking P1 in Rotax DD2 Masters class. He was very far ahead from his competition. The second on this class and overall 11th, but the second on DD2 Masters are Armand Kanis. So, yeah, oh, wow. We got a nice time there, and I'm just very pleased with the action today, what the pilots deliver. And it's those type of moments when the race winner is decided on the final corners, on the final lap, is just puts that sweet spot on how you can enjoy watching all of this great racing between the pilots. So yeah, it seems like we have a blue sky, apparently, couple of white clouds, and we have a great day so far, so good. I just don't want to look at that weather online, what Weathercast is providing us, but you know, I don't want to be disappointed. I just enjoy the moment, and as long as it's sunny, I'm happy with that. And OK and junior classes, 2 pilots there, and Marcus Šilkūnas and Vanessa Šilkūnaitė. OKN and OKN Junior. So a little bit of a not that packed action on the track, because we got like 2 go-karts, and I assume, as I watched those guys before, Vanessa Šilkūnaitė and Marcus Šilkūnas, they going by on different tempos. They got like in different classes. Suspigio.lt, Plenary Racing. This is a team name of these 2 Lithuanian pilots. I think we got a little bit of time to enjoy ourselves and enjoying a wonderful time to spectate this racing day on this Sunday. It's very nice indeed. It's sad to say, but it's last summer weekend, and we are spending that on a racing weekend, and it's absolutely enjoyable stuff to watch that. And let's see how it goes for these 2. So, Marcus so far in the front, they probably not competing with each other, but it seems that they having fun to go together in the pack. But I assume that Marcus will step on and build a gap lap by lap. Vanessa Shilkunaite, it seems we have very talented person, talented lady who she's operating machinery. Where not a lot of guys can compete. So it's very, very nice to see ladies compete in high level and especially in the go-kart. So also, I just want to mention Suspigo LT. Send for cheaper, if you will. Pileni Racing Team. I'm very, very pleased to see those guys because they part of the sponsors and partners in Lithuanian Championship. So they are supporting go-kart sports in Lithuania. So that's why I'm very, very pleased for these guys and for this team supporting this motorsport. Blistering times for both of those guys, and 54.4 and 54.7 accordingly by these two. The margin and the gap between is around 0.8 of a second right now, maybe a bit more. And I think that we can increase lap times 10 by 10th because the weather is getting warmer. The track conditions is getting better and better, and the grip level is quite on a high level as well. Even yesterday, a couple of the categories went on dry conditions. The racing line was quite dry, but still the grip level was not as high as today. But yeah, today we enjoying the soft compound on the front and the back axles, and there is a very, very nice close-up on the Marcus. On the meantime, I think that I go to our Facebook page to just have a look at your comments, if you have any. And if you will, just let me know. Quite peaceful time on this run. Not a lot of noise from two go-karts, but anyway, Markus Šilkūnas and Vanessa Šilkūnaitė managed to take that run in quite good time, and 53.1 for Markus Šilkūnas, and that is one of the fastest laps so far on this day, and that was the last lap, but the best of the best is 52.8 for Vanessa. That was 54.1. They are not competing in same class. They are OKN Junior and OKN class representatives. So yeah, anyway, thanks for a great performance. So far so good according by the plan, and we are waiting for a couple of people to join us on this occasion, and we're waiting for a couple of pilots to come on in. In the meantime, we have a couple of pilots from previous runs. Rotax Junior, the third place belongs to Alice Stolzermain. How correctly say your surname?
Stolzermane.
Stolzermane. Oh,
Yeah.
you need to say that. Say in the German language.
Yeah, it's
It is German? No?
yeah.
Yeah, it is. That's why you look like a Schumacher. Just with a long hair. Anyway, Alice, so congratulations, P3 so far. How did you manage to control that race? That was a difficult one on your side. What do you think?
Yeah, it was difficult because in the first corner after the start, I went out like somebody pushed me, and I went out like lose 2 places or 1 place, and then my tires were with a lot of dirt, and 2 corners weren't like the best, so I lose 1 more place, and then I need to push.
What you can tell about your brother, and who's got amazing experience in global scale. Also, you participating in FIA Rising Stars like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, your whole family is commonly have a lot of business, and even this track belongs to your family and stuff. So
Yeah.
before that, and for now this track belongs to Shatan Abkhaza, but previously that was, you know, a lot of family heritage, a lot of. So you saw all your family racing from early days, and that's why you are participating in this series.
Yeah.
So what is the best memory you got from early childhood?
I remember that I went to my brother's races, and I was watching like happy, and I liked the speed, and I was like the biggest fan, and then I was asking my mom and dad, can I drive? And they said in the first grade, I said oh, I said okay. Then they said on the second grade, I said okay, and then they said on the third grade, I said no, I want to drive now, and they said okay.
Anyway, fantastic performance so far. Well, P3, hope you will improve. You know, everyone is hoping to improve, but for you it seems like a family heritage and that racing pedigree, what you already got in your blood, it seems like helping a lot. So congratulations on the first heat. We'll see how it goes for the second round and the final round.
Okay,
All right?
thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. On our action, we see the classical retro GG, retro Minsk 2 classes here, I assume. That is correct. In total, we got like 10 go-karts, the classical ones. And for now, I have another great colleague nearby. But before that, just watch together this starting procedure for this classical retro go-karts, where they start like most prestigious and the fastest ones from stationary position. Also, I have a wonderful time to have a good time with the pilots. This time around, Ragnar Verus with us from Rotax DD2. Hello there.
Hello.
Okay, let's enjoy. You like to commentate motorsport? What do you think?
Yeah, I've actually commented.
Oh!
And why it goes. I've actually commented the motorsport in Estonia as well, so yeah.
Oh, that's very, very nice. So for the rest of the day, we will be a wonderful pair. Anyway, I think on that regard, you got a lot of stuff to do. But Ragnar, you got a wonderful battle. But on the end of the day, P2, how your neighbor from Latvia just managed to pass you. You lost a bit of momentum in the last couple of corners, right?
Yeah, also like in the previous, like the last few laps, I dropped off the pace a bit. And I had to start defending because the challengers were already charging. So when I started defending, I already made the tires a bit dirty, and the last few corners and last lap overall was very hard. And yeah, he just used his advantage against me and worked.
Oh. Anyway, that was quite astonishing racing by far, and I thought that you will, keep your momentum in the front, and it seems like you got like that P1 in the pocket, but seems like a little bit of a clinch with a Lithuanian pilot, Oskar Savitsky, was a little bit of, arms around.
I think Savitsky was in seniors.
Oh, sorry about that. A little bit fight. Then there was quite with Maxim Shurko, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So that was quite arm wrestle there and there, and I saw a lot of pilots raising their hands, and they just like indicating that something's going wrong. And not very delightful experience throughout the race. What do you think? There was a lot of racing incidents there.
I don't know. Most of the time I was ahead of the group, so I don't really know. But from my side, it was all pretty nice. I mean, the racing was hard, but the racing was fair. So
anyway, if you want to check there was any penalties, you need to just come on my side and watch the highlights.
Yeah.
Anyway, pleasure to meet you, Ragnar Verus, from Estonia, and hope see you next time, and best of luck on improving your position, which is on the way up to P1.
Thank you.
Cheers. In the meantime, let's check out the results with the retro card, and there is a contact there, the high right hand side, straight to the sky to just show that the pilot is stationary there, and it seems like there was quite an impact for some of the pilots. Also, there's a lot of good stuff going on there. Because what I can tell from this pilots and from this especially category, it's old school, and not a lot of spare parts there is up there to repair, and a lot of stuff is made of from brand new metals. So you need to keep that retro classic in the shape, and it's very, very nice thing that it's not in the museum, but they are still racing hard. Number 55, it seems like got a problem there, and Olex Vlaslov's from Retro Minsk, he was in 11th position, but right now he's retired. Also number 20, Richardas Gloksnys, also retired there. And number 1, Eduardas Martiniukas, also Retro Minsk, retired from the race. And we got in total 15 go-karts and 13 left on the track. Absolutely smashing the lap times, and 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field is with a Retro Minsk Kęstutis Jankauskas, absolutely fastest man on this planet by far on this category. Close to 9 seconds gap between the first and the second position. Absolutely flying and sending that go-kart on the line. Evaldas number 11. Evaldas is Evaldas Žitkus from TS Motorsport. A lot of Lithuanians, by the way, in this category. So Retro Minsk go-kart, and currently he is on the second position, but he's not very fast indeed so far. The rest of the field seems like all right, commonly in 1 minute and 5, 1 minute and 6 by the best of the margins. And also it's not very easy go-karts to control. There's, as you can see, the right-hand side on the manual shift column. You push forwards, you go downwards by the gear, and if you push towards yourself, it's a downshift, so I assume. But it's on the end of the day, it's a very interesting technique to control. In the meantime, we have another guest in my commentator tent, Rotax senior, Hubertas Budvytis. Absolutely amazing performance so far. A lot of mixed action from P4, P3. Managed to secure that P3 for quite a margin, and you were blisteringly fast, like 6/10 a lap. Faster now your position on the best of the best options there. Hubertas, congratulations on the P1, on the Heat 1. How was your race?
It was good. I did what I have the best, and yeah, just improve my driving skills and go towards.
So, how long do you go karting?
About 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah.
And how old are you, by the way?
15.
15. And Rotax Senior, you are able to start from 15,
yeah.
I assume. What you got?
But I have started driving with senior kartings last year, so the second year.
And Rotax Junior and Senior, it's a difference just in the age and the weights, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Anyway, Hubertas, as I mentioned before, you are blisteringly fast. Do you like this track anyway?
Yes, I really like this track, and it's new for me. I haven't driven it before this competition, so yeah, it's new track, and it seems like I are really good at it.
Anyway, one of the best your performances so far, and lap times are quite astonishing. On the Heat 2, you will start from
Third.
From third. It's just because you qualified for third. So for Heat 2, you also jump on And
Yeah,
what about
absolutely.
then after heat 2 on the final run, you start in position, you finish in the heat 2 or what?
It adds points, hit 1 and hit 2, and
On the final round,
yeah,
you will decide
and
is
if you
what.
have uh, um,
And if you
the
have
less
what?
points you have, the higher you start the race.
Oh,
Yeah.
just look at that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Then you need to go through the field, right?
Hmm.
So it's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
It's in a go-kart, but not in the Formula One.
No,
Everyone
it's
is wishing that Max
yeah, it's
Verstappen starts
different. Yeah.
in 20th P20. Anyway, what is your inspiration?
My inspiration is my dad. He really encouraged me, and my trainer, coach, uh, yeah, and my grandpa as well.
Nice to hear that. Anyway, so I hope you have a great, great time on this track. And, well, we just witnessed how our retro cars just finished this wonderful race. Just have a look once again together on those highlights. There was plenty of action and a lot of off-road and first corners. As you can see, just very, very off-white. Luckily, go-karts able to resume the race. Great overtaking here, and it's actually, well, if you're securing that position, it will be a very great overtake. But so far, they're very fast on the straight line, but it's quite difficult to control them on the corners, isn't it? A lot
Yeah,
of
it
power
is.
sliding, isn't it?
Mhm.
Did you try ever that type of technique in your past?
No, I haven't yet.
Did you want to try it?
Uh, I would like to try.
Okay, I would love to try either. So let's get in a contact with those people. Anyway, thanks, Hubertas, for your time here. Hubertas Budvytis, Lithuanian pilot from TS Motorsports, Rotax senior category pilot. You finished Heat 1 in the first position. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, the Retro Minsk and Retro GG go-karts just finished their heat one. There was no drama in the front. There was very, very pure domination from Kęstutis Jankauskas. That is an astonishing pilot who's sitting closer to me. So let's hear a few words from. We are here with Kęstutis Jankauskas. Retro Minsk go-karts category is finishing in a quite high manner. I mean, to destroy their opposition in like 2 seconds ahead is an astonishing result for Kęstutis. And, you know, Kęstutis, for example, he is like a spirit visage. He's like one of the main organizers. And for this crowds in Lithuania. He's brought the people from different parts from Lithuania, and he just established retro culture, retro go-kart culture in Lithuania. So that's why we have a lot of Lithuanians going into this category and having a lot of fun. Kęstutis will speak in Lithuanian, but I will retranslate what he just got to say. Kęstutis, sveikas gyvas.
Sveiki, hello.
Labai malonu, kad prisijungiai prie mūsų. Kaip tau kilo idėja kurti tokią bendruomenę? Kodėl taip atsitiko pirmoje vietoje?
Na, viskas prasidėjo tiesiog nuo draugo pasiūlymų pasivažinėti senais kartingais. Aš juos jau buvau, kaip sakyt, ragavęs šito amatu ir sportavęs anksčiau su tokia ir panašia technika. Nu ir pabandėm pavažiuoti iš pradžių žiemą, prisijungė dar keli draugai. Nu ir mum pasiūlė žiemos varžybose ledo retro klasę padaryti. Susirinkom gal 7 ar 8 kartingai, visiems patiko, mum irgi patiko. Tad šią tradiciją tęsim ir vasarą.
Kęstutis Jankauskas, I'm asking him why you decided to establish that type of class in the first place. First of all, he started just to ride with a friend, have a great time, just a few carts then, and he was quite well known about this technique. Also, after a few nice sessions, they established like 7 or 8 go-karts, and they start to go-karting on the winter, and they continue to do that on the summer days as well. So that's why they established quite a nice family of retro Minsk and retro class in the first place, and that's why we're having them a lot of from Lithuania here. Labai graži iniciatyva. Kaip tu jautiesi valdydamas tokią senovinę techniką? Kokie didžiausiai iššūkiai yra su būtent šią techniką?
Na, jos valdymas tai gal šiek tiek komplikuotiškesnis nei šiuolaikinių, bet principas išlieka gan panašus. Didžiausias iššūkis paruošti patį variklį, kad jis turėtų resurso, kad jis būtų greitas ir tuo pačiu ilgaamžis. Tai vat, su šita bėda čia daug kas susiduria, bet per laiką atsiranda įdirbis ir kaip ir įmanoma tai suderinti.
What about this technique? And I ask Kęstutis, what is the main challenge in this class? So Kęstutis mentioned that the principle of the go-kart is quite the same with the modern ones, but to control those things on the corners, there's a manual shifter on the right-hand side, and it's quite complicated sometimes to stabilize them on the corners, I assume, but the main challenge is to prepare the engine, to keep it running, to find the spare parts, I assume, and also to find that resources to keep it running and going. Kęstuti, ką norėtum palinkėti mūsų auditorijai?
Na, norėčiau pradžiai padėkoti, tikrai neprisiimu čia kažkokių nuopelnų, kad vienas kažką čia padariau, visa mūsų bendruomenė, jeigu nebūtų jų, tai nebūtų ir nieko, reikia dalyvių, reikia važiuotų, tai linkiu, kad mūsų nemažėtų, kad svečiai iš Latvijos, Estijos dažniau mūsų aplankytų, jau aplanko, bet norėtųsi dažniau ir turėkim smagų laiką.
Kęstutis is saying that just having a great time and enjoying the track and have a wonderful atmosphere here. Kęstutis Jankauskas, absolutely so far dominating a retro Minsk class here. So thank you for your time, Kęstutis, and best of luck on the next heats. Five minutes and we will continue our live stream. So far I think it's a perfect time to grab a tea or coffee, soft drinks, a couple of water cups nearby. It's a pleasant time to have a little break for everyone, including me. So let's go back on live stream quite shortly. Stay tuned. So welcome back. We continue our program with another heat, and this time around we spinning that round like a record, baby. The heat number 2 is about to begin, and all the procedures will be the same again. We will start with Rotax Micro. So everybody is ready to go on a rolling start. It seems like yeah, they are accelerating. It seems like everybody is in order, and the first corner goes like this. Ladies and gentlemen, number 25, Patrikas Joncas, were astonishingly quick in the first heat or so. Number 15 attacking from outside, from inside, Armand Bujans. Does he take a couple of places? Yes, he does. That's fantastic job from him. Number 63, Juris Pluksna, so far in the second place. Meanwhile, Oskaras Pitkovas having a trouble to battling up with his opposition and the colleagues on the sides. Number 17, Emilis Jozaitis, so far in the 5th position, and a first couple of guys just resume in a little bit distance in the front, but the battle for the P4 is astonishingly close. As you can see, Armand Bujans currently in the 7th position. What type of improvements got after lap number 1? Great maneuver for Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius, increasing his position, and great position so far in the P2 from P3. A great overtaking on the main straight. Juris Pluksna dropped to the P3 so far. And number 25, Patrikas Joncas, so far in the lead, commonly 1.2 seconds ahead of his closest rival. But on the meantime, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius seems like got a very, very nice drive, but seems like Juris Pluksna on the P3 want to that clinch back and take P2 again. So another racing going on. It's a very tough battle. Switch back and forth. Here it is. Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius take that back again. And a couple of overtakes during one lap is an astonishing thing to witness in the first place. So far, Patrikas Joncas having great time alone. 1.2.5 seconds ahead of his great rivals in the back, but the P2 is tough stuff to see, because it is astonishingly close between these two guys. Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius so far holding that position in the front. Juris Pluksna so far in the P3. On meantime, the rest of the pack seems having fun for P4, P5 and P6. And there is Oskaras Pitkovas, Emilis Jozaitis, Remigijus Kriaučiūnas, Saulė Vaitkutė. Seems like having fun in that pack, and great stuff so far. Meantime, Remigijus Kriaučiūnas got a very, very nice time previously on a Saturday, and bringing a lot of experience from this event on Sunday on this Rotax micro class. So here we are. The positions still keep the same so far, but it's not over yet. On the inside, dive bomb, not very good overtake, because you still keep the same position. That was a great maneuver, but it's not over yet. Here we go again. Oskaras Pitkovas managed to take position in the front, but not for long. Somehow you need to overtake and keep that position. So a little bit switch back and forth for different lines, different racing lines in the different corners. So you maybe sacrifice a bit of a speed on entry on one of the occasions, but then you just switch back, swift back on the same position, and you know, grid positions still keep the same so far. So a lot of good stuff going on there, good racing. They're keeping a nice one go-kart distance between them. Top trio seems like they are all right so far. Patrikas Joncas again going fast and going first. The fastest one on this time around is in the second place, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius, 1 minute 2.6. And the battle for the P4 is astonishingly close. Here we are for Oskaras Pitkovas, who is just trying to clinch that P4 from Emilis Juozaitis, and Lithuanian crowded in first 7 places there. 8 is Armāns Bujāns from Latvia, and the rest of the field there's 3 Lithuanians also from P9, 10 and 11th. Jonas Pundys, accordingly, P10, Vakaris Tenys, Oskaras Bakutis. Vakaris Tenys in the Heat 1 got astonishingly quite dangerous off-road experience, but it seems that his go-kart and he himself is alright. In the meantime, just look at that battle for P4. And again, seems like Oskaras Pitkovas managed to take that P4, but back and forth, Emilis Juozaitis take that P4 again, and yeah, it's very, very close indeed. I assume these guys are pushing very, very hard. According by their age, 1 minute 2, 1 minute 3, etc., etc., is very, very fast lap time on this track anyway. So not a lot of time left. Last lap for leader. Number 25, Patrick Asiotis, is comfortably way ahead, 1.8. It's not like light years in a way, but it's quite a safe barrier behind him. So, and on the meantime, there's a lot of stuff going on for P4. As you can see, they are just switching the places on every single corner. It seems like that. Oskaras Pitkovas, Emilis Juozaitis putting a show on the grid. And it seems that it's not really over yet. So once again, just look at that. Fantastic stuff from Emilis Juozaitis. And he just keeps his go-kart in perfect spot. And here we are. As I mentioned before, one go-kart go inside, and the rest of the field use that ability to overtake. Unlucky driver with his number 48, Oskaras Pitkovas, just drop multiple positions down. Unlucky one. Oskaras Pitkovas was amazing in a P4 and battling for P4 quite hard, but didn't succeed on the last lap. And here we are, checkered flag for this Rotax micro category. The rest of the field is finishing just right now, and undelightful manner from one of the pilots on the straight, as you can see, just bouncing the hand on the steering wheel. Well, yeah. Anyway, I assume that the emotions go high on these little fellas. Here we are, timetable. Patrick Asiotis secures P1 in the very great manner, very way ahead, under 2 seconds ahead for Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius in the P2. Juris Pluksna finishes in P3. Emilis Juozaitis managing to secure that wonderful P4. Remigijus Kriaučiūnas, Saulė Vaitkutė use that ability to pass Oskaras Pitkovas, who was unlucky just to a little bit bounce on one of the corners, and just 3 go-karts passed him in a fast way. Also, Armāns Bujāns, P8, Jonas Pundys, Vakaris Tenys, accordingly finishing up to P10. Here we are once again, the replays and the highlights on this occasion. And I'm sure that Oskaras Pitkovas got a lot of stuff to explain for his coaches. Anyway. Another overtake, and from that passed on, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius just keep that P2 for quite a margin. There was a little fight there and there, but quite well defense from Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius. There was a little bit switchbacks back and there, but on the end of the day, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius finishing in P2. After P10, there we go with number 3, Korlis, Gustavs Bernssons and Tauras Zimnickas in the P12. Afterwards, we got Oskaras Bakutis, Tautvydas Dagys, Andrius Maniušis, finishing the grids in total in the 15th position. So, totally 15 cards. A lot of action for P2 and for about P4. So, I think that Emilius Jozait is managing quite well to be in that pure racing with Oskaras Pitkovas. Rotax Micro U2. U2 is a very great band, but there's a U9, a Rotax Micro U9 category. Jokūbas Juozaitis, Domas Norkus, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė. It's a quite pleasant stuff to see. 3 go-karts and, well, a warm-up formation lap for them. Different tempos from everybody. They are separating their tempos in like a couple of seconds, maybe 2 seconds or so from heat number 1. So it's quite predictable race. It's not the type of word you want to hear in motorsport, but it is what it is, and they are participating in that category. I assume it's called Rotax Micro Nano, I assume. Yeah, Rotax Nano. Yeah, so it's up to under 9 years old. These pilots, they are very well known for me, and it's a very nice, pleasant stuff to see the young talents to bring that experience and confidence in themselves and just to deliver on the track. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm sure I'm well aware about that. Jokūbas Juozaitis, Tomas Norkus, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė. On the meantime, they will got experience enough and aged enough to compete in higher divisions. So, but on that, let's check out how they go. Jokūbas Juozaitis, Domas Norkus, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė. 3 Lithuanians, NSL Racing in the first position, SB Racing, and Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė in the 3rd position so far. Lenktynių Linija Driver Management, Racing Line Driver Management team. So 3 young pilots participating, running, and I think it's absolutely joy to just ride with these pilots on this wonderful track, and I think they have just have a great fun on this track. I mean, if you just try to accomplish what they do and run on those speeds, I mean, if you've been just a little bit, you know, even once on a rent card, so it's a different animal, different manner to control sport stuff. So it's a different machinery, and it's incomparable to rent cards. And I'm talking about, because I'm just that average persona who's enjoying riding on a go-karts. And but yeah, racing machinery use a different tire, so grip levels is quite high. Also, the engines revving quite well without any distortions and stuff. So, and you know, when you got your machinery, that balance and light chassis, you got very great experience. If you think that with your adult manner, and if you jump on ordinary go-kart with even more brake horsepower, you not even manage to do this lap in 1 minute 30 or so, I think so. Or maybe the best shot will be 1 minute and 28 or so. So it's really incomparable to even say those kind of stuff. So what they're doing is just amazing. So I'm really enjoying that. Racing stuff in all categories is going strong, and we have a great day to witness each individual category. Rotax Nano, so far, it's very predictable because the tempos is quite different on each individual case. Jokūbas Jozaitis is faster by 4 seconds. I mean, 4 seconds on the last lap. On the meantime, Gabriela Tankievičiūtė is pushing 1 minute 16 on the second lap, so difference 11 seconds from the P1. So, but just don't compare. Just enjoy, just support, and just clap your hands to the beats. Then we finish to this beat. So we have a great time. I keep you there, and I'm just going right now on our live stream on the Facebook. Maybe there's a comments with any questions. On YouTube, I assume you cannot. On YouTube, you cannot write down the comments. I assume, because yesterday it wasn't possible to do that. If you want to, if you're watching on YouTube and you're really keen to ask anything, so you can do that or going on live feed on Facebook on the same channel, Lietuvos kartingo federacija. Also, one of the comments was about Maxim, an unfortunate moment for Maxim Shurko, I guess, on previous class. Kisa said that it was a great battle. So yeah, go on Facebook and ask any questions if you have any. Also share, so like and subscribe if you want. So my live feeds director Edgars, who's done amazing job by the way, is saying that it's today it's available to write the comments in YouTube. So I'm just going there, and if you're watching on YouTube, I'm just right now checking the comment section below. In the meantime, as you can see, Jokūbas is pushing quite hard. Not the best time yet on the last lap, but his best shot was on the lap 3, 1 minute 5.0. 3 seconds faster than our Domas Norkus in a second position. per lap, and Gabriela Tankeviciūtė, she's increasing her own speed, 1 minute 15.8. So once again, hello there for all our live stream viewers. I want to say big hi to you. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday action. And as a commentator, I'm waving to you. I hope you are seeing this on emotional and spiritual level. Thanks for joining us on a live stream. And if you have any questions, just don't hesitate to do so. So I hope you enjoy the action. So far, it's not a lot of action, just overtaking lapped Gabriela Tankeviciūtė, and that was performed by our fast guy in the front. That was Jokūbas Juozaitis, who's pushing 1 minute 4.9 so far, and he's very, very far ahead. So I just want to see the gap between all of those drivers. So okay, so Jokūbas Juozaitis is ahead 20 seconds against Domas Norkus in the second position. On the meantime, Gabriela Tankeviciūtė is behind for like a minute or so, or a bit more than half a lap. So just very, very chilled, very peaceful, I should say, this round, because we have only 3 go-karts, but it's category like this, and we cannot mix those in the main pack. Jokūbas Juozaitis, absolutely amazing stuff so far, and no competition at all for him. Jokūbas Juozaitis, number 16, straight forwards. As you can see, just check out best times in front of you. 1 minute 4.9. 3 seconds a lap faster than our closest rival Domas Norkus. As I mentioned before, it's a very predictable race so far, and Gabriela Tankeviciūtė bringing that go-kart to the finish line and bringing that experience to her, and congratulations on her. Imposter TV asked on YouTube, who's the fastest kids? I just mentioned from these 3 is definitely going to be Jokūbas Juozaitis. In the meantime, we will continue with another category where we have Rotax Mini, and a lot of action went there on a heat number 1. so far. So I think that we have a lot of great action. There was Naman as well, because he got word or two closer to me previously, and Naman as well because 194. Sorry, 132. No, wrong assumed number. So 132, his starting number on his go-kart. Naman as well because from Pashka Racing, and Lithuanian guy and Lithuanian pilot who's got very nice composure, and he's got very nice indeed position in the front, and hold that P1 for quite a margin, and a couple of tenths, couple of seconds to the finishing line to keep that nice safe barrier under his rear bumper. Anyway, Kaius Kalinauskas done amazing job. And Rotax Mini put a lot of action on the last couple of corners. Rodrigo Kakers was unlucky previous times. He got able to manage to keep that momentum and maybe finish in a P2, but was not that successful. Domas Karalavičius, Laurinas Karalavičius, the brothers from Racing Line Driver Management Team from Lithuania, got accordingly a little bit in the back. Martin Streiber was really lucky there as well. So 7 go-karts, but a lot of action, I promise. So let's get into it. And is anyone here a potential F1 champion? I think we got maybe not in all the classes, but I see what is my favorite F1 team. I'm pretty Max Verstappen fan, if you ask me. So I hope you enjoy this live stream. And you know, on one eye, I'm just checking what is going on F1 World. I'm very sorry about Danny Rick. The Aussie just got broken wrist after unsuccessful FP2 on a Friday afternoon, just to avoid in McLaren and Oscar Piastri on the corner. But Zandvoort and Dutch GP will be amazing. You know, it's predictable, but will be amazing. I'm Lithuanian, by the way, if you ask me. So I'm really enjoying the chatting with you guys. If you have any questions, just keep the chat bumping up. And how old I am? I'm 33, by the way. So. But you know, we can talk hours and hours about F1, but we still have stuff to commentating on this occasion. So, so I'm very pleased on that. Any predictions on the weather? The morning was not quite promising because there was like black rainy clouds so far, but it seems like they just went away, and we have a clear, quite clear sky with a bit of a white clouds. You think Verstappen is better than? Oh, it's a classical one. Let me check. You think Verstappen is better than Hamilton? Yes, he does. I assume that. Let's check out the starting procedure in the first place. Yeah, let's go with the momentum. And Namanas Wolbeka so far in the first place. Great first momentum from him, and he's securing that P1 so far. And number 113, Martin Draber, successfully in a second position. Not for long, I assume, because Kais is very rapid from P4, and I assume he's prepared couple of overtakes in front of him. Also Rodrigo Kaker so far, he's in a P3, and I think the P3 and the P4 go-karts are a little bit faster. Yes, he does. This Rodrigo Kakers, the Latvian pilot, manages to clinch that P2 so far, but the back-to-back action going on here on this S corner, not so successful for 113 Martin Dreiber. So far, he did able to recover his position after lap number 1. Couple of tenths between the pilots, and No successful overtaking after the main straight into the left-hand side corner. It's a very, very fast corner with a little bit of a break there and there. But these go-karts got a huge amount of grip. So I think the brake is not necessary there and there. Who's your favorite marshal? I don't have any favorite marshals. I think all organization is perfectly well balanced and very, very nice indeed so far. Anyway, let's keep it off with the action in front of us. A bit more now than 5 minutes left in this action. Heat number 2 for Rotax Mini. Namanas Volbeka so far is very, very in a great shape. 1 minute 1.1. Astonishing, blistering star from Lithuania. I think he's very, very put himself together in a great manner, and I think he's doing a great job so far. Rodrigo Kanker so far in second position, and he's increasing his lap time by quite a margin. He's the fastest one so far by the fastest laps. 1 minute 0.56. Just a little of 100 of fractions of a seconds faster than his rivals in the P1 and P3. But in general, it's a tough competition because top 4 pilots are very, very close to each other, and just look at that. Every corner counts. And here we are. It was quite a nice opportunity for Caius from P4 to overtake his opponent in the front. Diving inside. A little bit of switchback. And he keeps the momentum and overtake his colleague in the front, Martin Draber, so far. So good for him. So I think a lot of action going for that P2. I think those 3 stuck cards just battling with each other, and I think just a matter of time when we see great overtaking maneuvers back and forth. So these pilots are very, very young, 9, 10, 11 years old, maybe 12. I'm not sure, but all I know is they are very, very young age anyway. So, and they are pushing hard on this Latvian triple free track. Dry conditions on the Sunday afternoon. Here we are, overtake on the main straight into the left-hand side long corner, and he keep his posture down and keep his head down, and he's very, very focused in the front, and it seems like Rodrigo Kakers clinch that P2 again from his neighbor from Latvia as well. Meantime, it seems like Kai's in a P4 is just stuck behind those 2 Latvian pilots. He's very, very fast indeed as well, but not quite find opportunities to overtake. On the meantime, yeah, and there is one of those things that when 2 are fighting, you find a solution how to overtake both of them. And what Kaius Kalinauskas just did, you just find an opportunity, and that was a great. So Rodrigo Kankers lost the momentum in one of the corners, and finding himself in P4 so far, but it's not over yet. As you can see, a little bit of bounce from the curbs. Kievels asked me and audience, what do you think about this track? It's a very, very fast track. We have a new tarmac, new surface on this one, and it's quite fast track. A couple of very tricky, especially second sector is quite tricky because it's like 4 or 5 combined corners. If you done a mistake in one corner, you lost momentum in the next 4 corners. So it's very crucial to put together that sector 2, sorry, There's not such a sectors there, but we just split few parts of this track, and it's quite fast track. As you can see, the fastest go-karts goes like 53.5 here today. So yeah, it's quite fast track, and in my personal opinion, I think the best tracks in the world have a lot of levitation, down hills, up hills, just a little bankings. So that's why I think that should be, F1 is a great track. We have a great track in Lithuania. It's just called Kačerginė Nemun Ring. So a lot of levitation there, and it's also the ring with fast, not sharp corners. Can you compare karting to lawnmowers? No, never. If you ask that question, you have no experience in the go-karts. Do you have karting yourself? I'm practicing this type of sport, and I probably tried every single category so far. From the single rentals to high-performance go-karts with 40-50 brake horsepower. So for myself and for my personal perspective, I think it's a sweet spot for me. It's go-karts with 20 brake horsepower, and more than above, it's more like battling for the go-kart, not for competition. Here we are. Rotax Mini is finishing up with a comfortable Nemunas Volbikas victory. Blistering stuff for this young superstar from Lithuania, Kajus Kalinauskas. As I mentioned before, he just put everything together, and I was really sure that he was just put everything together. Very nice strategy, very patient driver from Lithuania as well, and he just put that P2 and put Latvian pilots just behind. So the main battle and the main action was for that P2, as you can see, back and forth for Martin Dreber and Rodrigo Kakers. Finally, they just established their grid position after the checkered flag. And Nemunas Volbikas, Kajus Kalinauskas, Martin Dreber, Rodrigo Kakers, Laurynas Karalevičius, Domas Karalevičius, Klavs Hans. There is a standings after the finishing line. So absolutely gorgeous race. And yeah, I really enjoyed this wonderful Rotax Mini action. What is the best nickname for the pilots? I don't know. It is depend on the pilot, but we call them not the nicknames, but by the name and the surname. But I usually like all those kind of nicknames on several occasions. But to put that nickname on somebody, you need to require a little bit more depth into relation with the pilots. What is there any electric kartings? There's a lot of electric kartings on the rental scale, but so far we have no GPs for electric ones. So they weight, the rental ones weight around 200 kilos. They are very heavy, but they are quite powerful. And I think there's a lot of potential for electric ones. Maybe I think it's not the good way to go there, because the go-karts are supposed to be light, agile machineries. With the electric ones, they're quite heavy. And this is one of those factors what I don't like about Formula One, that during the last decades, you know, the weight, the size, even the wheel size goes from 13 to 18 inches and stuff. So, but yeah, the cars goes, you know, in comparable sizes, and they're just getting heavier and heavier, and it doesn't look that exciting, as if you ask me, but yeah. Your accent is very good. Are you from England? No, I'm not. I'm Lithuanian. But I assume it's a compliment, so thank you very much for that. I'd take that any day. What do you think about GPDD? Can you that describe in a not in a letter combination? You give me more context. I'm not aware what type of those letter combinations is all about. There will be artificial intelligence racing? I'm not thinking that will be soon, because if you put, you can do that for Formula One car, for example, to let computer to drive. There was a couple of moments that computer drive a Formula One car before. There was older technology back then, but there was quite fast. But still, the pilot is faster. I think faster neither computer. On some occasions, with some aids, driving aids, it will be even more possible to smash even harder with some kind of technology. But as long as you put pilot out from the cockpit, it become boring stuff. So the pilot and machinery, that combination is exciting. As long as you put any pilot from the machinery, the excitement is gone. So that's why we have boring. If you play video games, it's more exciting to play against another player from another part of the globe, neither against AI, So the same in the real world, I think. Nice discussion on live stream on YouTube. Thank you very much for your comments. I think it's nice to hear a couple of questions and keep the chat going, and thanks for that. I really appreciate it, and I think it's even more fun to listen live stream and share the points of view, and thank you for that. And right now we have a lot of action going on. As you can see, there's plenty of go-karts going the same direction, on the same track, 2 categories, Rotax Junior, Rotax Senior, Alice Stolzenmain with a racing pedigree, with a racing family. Even their family own this own track on this one, but on the meantime, we will see that there's a lot of talented pilots here. So here we are, the starting procedure is going on here, very, very strong. The first corner is a little bit bumpy, and who's going inside line will win. But there's a twisty corners, the first twisty corners, where you can find yourself in a different position. So it's not over yet, and if you drop a couple places back, it's not over yet so far. So Hubertas Butvytis so far was astonishingly well piloted, well behaved on the heat 1. Does he will be faster on this type of occasion? I think yes. He's a P3 right now so far, and Sebastian Adari, Estonian pilot, who got very, very nice run indeed, but dropped that P1 on the final occasion. So Oskar Savitsky as well having a very, very nice run indeed so far in the P2. So the gaps between those positions in the top 3 is very, very close indeed. And there is a maneuver on the insides. Very great stuff from Hubertas Butvytis. Lithuanian pilot just dropped himself, not drop, but put himself into a P2. The main action also a bit back in the grid for P4, and here we are, just a couple of adjustments on the radiator. I think there's a little bit of adjustments about engine temperature and stuff, a little bit lean in the front towards the steering wheel. That means just to reduce a little bit of drag in F1 terms is DRS or so, but it's not F1, it's better neither that. It's a go-karting, and the Rotax Junior and the Rotax Senior classes competing here quite toughly. The best of Rotax Junior is Alice Stolzenmain. So far, overall in P4, but in his own class, he is in P1. Drivers managed to put all this track together in 57.1 seconds so far. Hubertas Budvytis, for him, he put the fastest lap, 57.037. Is this final? No, it's a Heat 2, if you ask me, and the finals will be a bit later, but the finals will be exciting thing to watch because it will be a bit longer distances for the all classes. So far, Sebastian holding that P1 quite tight, don't making any mistakes. He done one mistake in heat number 1, and also the Estonian pilot said that in the second half of this race his tempo just dropped just a bit. To drive that machinery on the 50 seconds point 2 on this track is really your ribs gonna hurt. So a lot of G-forces on the corners, fast track, and yeah, it's very exhausting experience if you ask me to put those go-karts on the corners. Sometimes you put 2, 3, even more G-forces on the corners. So and put a couple of inches your shoulders out of your seat is very helpful to keep that pressure, keep that weight distribution of your body on the outside tire, to keep that momentum on the corner. So that what we are witnessing right now from Estonian pilot, what he's doing with his body, and put that body gravity where it needs to be done. Hubertas Budvytis so far is chasing for that P1, and only 2 tenths separating, even less I think, on that distance what I witnessing right now. Hubertas just right on the tail for Sebastian Adari. Any moment I think they could be a battle for that P1, but you know, Estonian pilot is a very experienced pilot, and I think he just learned a thing or two about that Heat 1. Oscar just behind the leader for 7 tenths of a second, and 2 tenths behind P2, so a bit of a slide off the racing line, so but still great stuff from Rotax Senior. What we're witnessing right now, 4, 5 first positions are Rotax Senior. The rest in the grid, Alice Stolzenmain, Rotax Junior class leader. Overall 6, but he's competing in his own class, and he's doing quite well. He's keep that momentum going and got like 8 tenths of a second competition behind him. But on the other hand, all eyes on that P1, and battle for P2 is also on, because Oskar Savitsky from Lithuania Art Kart is just behind the tail for Hubertas Budvytis. Previously we got like a question, do you think Max Verstappen is better than Lewis Hamilton? I think yes, it's like an evolution. If we put the statistics, you know, Lewis Hamilton is a better version of Michael Schumacher, and Max Verstappen is a better version of Lewis Hamilton in sort of way. And Michael Schumacher was a better version of Ayrton Senna, if you ask me. But also it's incomparable stuff to put the drivers from different eras and compare them. I should say you're supposed to be afraid of Lewis Hamilton consistency, and the biggest thing that he is competing all the time in all his career in a very competitive team, and he built that team not for himself. I think that Michael Schumacher is building a team around him, but he got amazing support around him, and he's a very, very talented guy. No ways about it. I don't really love his personas and a couple of sentences on the media, but it is what it is. For Max Verstappen, I just really appeal his driving style, aggressive driving style, while Lewis Hamilton on the side of a track making those fashion things and other stuff and other desires. Max Verstappen just like a pure racing driver doing the sims and enjoying VR racing and endurance races, and he is a true driver, and he's like machine. So, and it's very, very exciting in every single way to witness how he put himself together to shape as a driver like that. So he's really astonishing driver. To put F1 away, we are witnessing another great action, and Hubertas Putvidis just got, oh my goodness, Oscar Savitsky. Oscar Savitsky astonishingly off the track and off the competition. What's going on there? Hubertas. Where is Hubertas? He's off too. Amazingly, a lot of disappointments right now. We cannot see Hubertas. Probably he just went down somewhere in 11th position so far currently, but it's a good stuff for Sebastian Adari, 312. He just finished. Mart Spike second, Noyes Gerolaitis third, Alice Stoltenmain fourth, Ralf Stammers fifth, Oliver Kirk sixth, Joel Kasper Japere seventh, Henrikas Klapikas eighth, Marius Kachauskas ninth, Arlandas Aladavicius 10th. As you can see, just keep that in mind in what class there are the pilots. So as you can see in the comparison, Alice Stoltenmayer is a winner of Rotax Junior, and the winner of Rotax Senior is Sebastian Adari. Let's check out that all highlights there. I'm very, very pleased indeed to want to find out what's happened for number 302 for Hubertas, because he just finished in 11th place, and Oscar Savitsky just went off and retired his car and went off the track. So probably there was a contact there. We didn't spot that. VR racing is virtual reality racing with those goggles on the eyes. Who is in the 7th place? Joel Kasper Japere from Estonia Racing Academy, a Rotax Junior class. And where was that contact? I'm very keen to find out. There was. So as we can see, there was a battle for P2 over there, isn't it? On the braking, on the curb, went off. And one of the okay, so there was not enough room for both pilots on the track, and very unfortunate moments for both of the drivers. I think so Hubertas seems like lost control on that occasion. Can we play that again? I just want to analyze that situation once again, please. Yeah, here we go. So Oscar Savitsky just went on the defense in the front, and very nice dive, but not managing control the speed. A little bit of the contact. That's why Hubertas went off on the different part of on the track, because he was Oscar Savitsky clinching that bag. That's why Hubertas not able to turn into the corner, because the back was holding up by Oscar. Okay, so there was like a racing incident. That was a clean move But the Oscar, I think, it was a part of that. That's why he went off the track. Yeah, it was amazing racing, but I think both of the drivers just went off not in the greatest way on heat number 2. How do they drive if they don't have a driver's license? I can tell you, Max Verstappen drive Formula 1 when he was like 16 years old. Sorry for calling Max Verstappen just so often, but he was like 16 or so. He's very started young, and he didn't have driving's license. So put that in perspective. So, and also, I'm very pleased that these drivers who's going with a go-kart from early days, driver's license is not, you know, it's not the case. For the driver's license, it's not ability how to drive, because I think to drive a car, everybody able to do that. Driver's license is more about how to behave into main system on the main traffic, and to know the rules, and to know what signs on the roads are meant to meant. So is Oscar the best? He's a rising star, that's for sure. Is Max the ghost? I think, yeah. Not the ghost, but goat, yeah. I think he's we are witnessing history here. They have racing license, if you ask. Rotax DD2 Masters, two very compatible classes and categories. They fight with each other. They mix with each other, but on that occasion, we will got a lot of action here, I promise you. Here we are once again, and this time around Rotax DD2 and Rotax DD2 Masters. And there was an incident up there. I assume very slow go-kart went there. But anyway, in the front, so there is plenty of action. One of the fastest go-karts today, and we have plenty of speed, plenty of grip, and plenty of action in these two categories. Here we go. DD2, the first position belongs to Andrius Zinkevičius. That's supposed to be like that, but let's check out what positions they got after the first lap. In third position, there is Ragnar Verus. He got just dropped after the first couple of corners from P2 to P3. So let's check it out once again, and they are very close indeed for P1. In the meantime, seniors, masters, not the seniors, masters are just fighting in the back of the pack, but Rickard's Kaltiems are currently in fourth position from the masters. He are very fast, and he is able to even overtake DD2, the lighter and the younger pilots from different countries. Here we go. On the left-hand side, you see the differences between the pilots and their position. So Here we are, 424. Andrus Sinkevičius so far holding that position. It is very decent lap time for the couple of first laps until those tires not heating up enough. I think they are hot enough, but the best of the best lap times will appear a bit later in this session. For now, Maxim Shurko seems like putting very, very nice and fastest lap from the rest of the field, 54.7. And I know that's for sure that Maxim Shurko is very, very talented driver from Lithuania, Racing Line, Lenktynių Linija driving management team member. He's got very, very nice go-kart. He's pushing himself quite ahead, and Maxim, I know that he can fight for the best positions so far. Let's check it out, how it goes for Chris Jaunzemis from Latvia. He's fighting for P1 with Andrus Sinkevičius. They are close to each other. No, we're not overtaking. Yes, he does. Dive on an inside. There is a contact, a bit of a sidewise, and there is a little bit of a chaos after the main straight from Chris Jaunzemis. Luckily, he's remained to keep his posture, but he lost a couple of positions on that occasions from P2 down to P4, and his tempo just dropping right now for that occasion. Maxim Shurko just put himself up to nice upper position, and Maxim Shurko went from P4 right now in P2. So once again, great lap from leader Andrus Sinkevičius. He's putting a lap together in 54.77. On the meantime, Maxim Shurko on the third position is fastest man according by our timetable. Currently in the third position so far. Ragnar Berus on the meantime on the second position, so it's very tight and very nice indeed, and it's not done yet, that's for sure. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on this session. On the meantime, we have a wonderful fella from Estonia, and that is Sebastian Adari. Welcome here. Sebastian, if you don't mind, ask me, how did you do that?
Yeah, it was quite tricky.
Quite tricky?
In the beginning I had no grip, but as the race went on, the tire started working, and yeah.
So, did you enjoy this race? Because, you know, you were quite far ahead, and Hubertas Butvytis and Oskar Savitsky got their own battle. It seems like it wasn't a very successful one after a little bit of a contact in one of the corners. Anyway, you put yourself together in a very great manner. What do you expect from the finals? You don't know? Just full throttle and race full on, right? Sebastian Adari, thank you very much. The pilot from Estonia with us. Urgently need to go back to the pits and to be prepared for the finals. Thank you very much, and let's check out how it's going on with the rest of the racing. And here we go. As long as we spoke with one of the Rotax senior pilots on DD2, the stuff is boiling out for P1. Maxim Shurko in first position, Ragnar Verus and Chris Jaunzemis. And the battle for the P3 is still raging on, because just behind P3 there is Simas Stankevičius from Lithuania Racing Line Driver Management. I'm saying Lithuanian pronunciation and English one. Which you prefer the most? Please tell me one. Somebody asked me with a racing license, can you technically legally drive on the roads? No, you cannot. Less than 1 minute left in this session, plus 1 lap so far. Maxim Shurko holds that first position, and he's happily to do that in a fast manner. 0.4 of a second between P1 and P2. Ragnar Verus just behind his tail. For example, 2.2 seconds from the leader in the P3. There is a Latvian pilot, Chris Jaunzemis, who's got a great run, but not really securing that the higher position. Simas Stankevičius so far in the P4, and he's doing great. For the Masters, DD2 Masters class, Richard Kaltiems, Latvian pilot, accordingly by the stats, are in P1 in his own class. Overall is P5. Heat number 2 so far is quite spectacular, because as you can see, the gaps between the pilots there and there are very close. So we have a battle for the P1, a battle for the P3, and the rest of the grid seems like scrapping those, trying to scrap those points as well. As you can see, the gaps between position 9, 10 and 11, they are very close indeed, and that is a very nice wheel-to-wheel racing so far in this triple free Latvian track. And there's a checkered flag, and the race leader Maxim Shurko takes a victory. Ragnar Verus second, Chris Jaunzemis third, Simas Stankevičius fourth, Richard Kaltiems, great run, and P1 for Masters class. Tomas Rudokas for DD2 in P5. So we will check the timetables, and by the way, the fastest one was Ragnar Verus on this track with astonishing blistering time, 53.8. As you can see, the best times on front of you. So 2 different classes, as you can see, the winner Maxim Shurko in DD2 and DD2 Masters, Richard Kaltiems overall P5, but it doesn't matter because he's competing in his own class. Ragnar Verus just hold up on that P2, great Estonian pilot performance. And yeah, Maxim Shurko, as I mentioned before, can fight for a P1, and currently, after a couple of laps, first couple of laps was in P4. But after that, great recovery, great pushing through the field, and finding himself on a P1. Amazing stuff from Maxim, and congratulations. Also, yeah, there was a little bit of a stretch there with the 2 go-karts on the first lap. Unfortunate episode there, and there was momentum then. Chris Jaunzemis risked quite a lot, and finding himself dropping position by the position, so it wasn't the greatest move, and finding himself a little bit on the side, so lost momentum, and a couple of guys just behind him able to pass him. And the finish replay and the grid Grid looks like good. Once again, just if our race director just show off our last heat table, it will be perfect. Just for our audience, get to know names better, and the final heat ends like this. To put the lap together into 53.9 is, and as Ragnar Vere's done in a 53.8, is quite an astonishing speed. And the gaps between the pilots, as you can see, 1/10 of a second, just behind the bumper actually. Under 3 seconds was in the P3 Christian Zimmers, and he done quite well, but probably that overtake and that overtaking maneuver wasn't worth the risk. Lost the momentum there, and after that, finding himself in the P3. Also, he dropped in the P4, but managed to overtake Simas Stankavicius. So we got all the colors on the podium so far, if we count on these results. Lithuania, Estonia and Latvia on first 3 positions in DD2 class. Masters, on the mean hand, Richard Kaltems found himself without any drama at all so far, quite ahead on his opponent, like 3 seconds between P5, P7 overall, but in comparison, if we talk about only Masters class, so 3 seconds, quite a margin to be safe and to clinch that P1 for Masters. So yeah, there's final results. Thank you for our live stream feed director Edgar's doing a great job to feeding us with all information, all the live action, and I'm very pleased to work with a professional live streams team on this occasion. Saturday and Sunday full of action here in Latvia, Riga, and close to Riga, just a little bit outside. There is a fantastic avenue. I mentioned that before, but I'm mentioning today a fantastic, if you have an opportunity, there is a fantastic atmosphere in the first place. Wonderful cafes close to, wonderful foods. It's very family-friendly avenue. I assume 2 tracks, and that is amazing. A little pond nearby, actually, where you can find water trampolines, etc., and even have a little nice time with your family. Rent a cart, go on a track and have a lot of fun. It's a pure amazing avenue, just a little bit outside Riga. So if you have any chance to visit here, just enjoy that. With us, a very happy person indeed, Maxim Shurkar. Congratulations with a victory, fantastic job. As long as we start moving, you were in a P4 in a starting procedure. You were in a good way, quite in the front, but step by step managed to overtake your opponents and find yourself after finishing line in the P1. How is that feeling?
Thank you very much. I started on P6. On the start I was on P6. It was quite a good start. Then made 2 really good overtakes. I really liked them, and it feels amazing. Real nice race.
Yeah, you know, I saw when you are in the middle of the pack, it's very hard to keep up a momentum with everybody because it's a action full of stuff. So and anyway, yeah, find yourself from P6 to P1 is an amazing, astonishing result. What is your secret, by the way? What type of breakfast you got?
The secret is to have a really good rest. To have a really good rest before the race. To have a really good snack before the race, and not to be nervous, of course.
Maxim Shurko, in the final round, you will start from this which position?
I guess second.
Second. It's
either second or third.
it's a good start position. If you
Second
manage
is not
from
good.
P6,
Second is not really good because you need to start really good to keep the second place, because otherwise all the inside roll will come through, because these next 3 corners are on the left.
yeah.
That means that the right roll is in the outside 3 upcoming corners after the start. So,
So it's better to start from P3 rather
Yes.
from P2.
yeah. Sometimes it's one better to start from P5 rather than P2.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that is nice information from my side. From your side to mine information bank about the sport. Anyway, so by the way, you're competing in one of the fastest categories of them all. How does it feel? How much pressure you got on the corners? How much G's you deliver that?
I don't really know how many Gs, but well, I can hold in the seat, and I even can like put myself to the inside, so it's not really hard, I guess. I mean,
For professional racing driver, it's not hard, but for average fella like me, it's just exhausting and rib breaking actually.
yeah,
Without rib protection, you're not able to drive these type of cars.
no,
Not
I
s-
had once softer rib protector, not that hard, and I didn't break my ribs, but on one track, I like the muscle which is between my ribs, it like
Pop out.
almost, yeah.
Oh
So I
my
had the
God.
trauma for half a year.
Oh my God. Anyway, it's a dangerous sport. Be safe. Don't, yeah, I wish that some of our audience got that type of experience once in a lifetime, just to realize how difficult to drive on such a level those go-karts. For some amateur people, I should say, for some spectators, it seems like it's easy job to do. Drive a little machine, looks a lot of fun, and etc. But then you are strapped in that thing. You know, you're not even strapped. You're driving without a seat belt, and so the only protection you got is helmet and hands device. In your career, did you have any hard crashes or hard injuries?
No, luckily I didn't have any hard crashes. The hardest crash was only when a go-kart, second, not mine, it jumped and landed on my leg, but it's still not very.
Pleasant thing to experience, right?
Yes, yes, but still, like comparing to other crashes, what's possible, it's not that bad.
If we talk about your position in your class in DD2, what is your biggest threat, you think? Can you name the pilots?
Ragnar Verus, of course.
Of course.
Yes.
Why are you saying of course?
Because we're fighting for the championship lead with him.
Also, on the end of July, just last time around, you got like a little bit of incidents and damage your go-kart. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
And how did you manage to put your go-kart together? There was a lot of damage, I mean, after that
Yeah.
incident.
There were pretty many damages, but the most important is that the frame was not bent at all. So we just changed all the other parts which were broken. But luckily the frame was good, because the frame is one of the most expensive parts, you know.
Maxim Shurko, I just want to generally ask, how you feel like you are a Lithuanian superstar and you finally break through into Formula One? What do you think?
It would be amazing, of course. It would be insanely good, I would say, because you know, if no one has ever done it, if you're the first person to do something, it's really nice.
You want to be remembered as first Lithuanian in Formula One, or you know, go to the moon?
First Lithuanian in Formula One.
Yeah, good answer. Good answer. Anyway, the last question: is it cost quite high, this type of sport? I mean, I know it's quite high in some kind of money margin, but can you tell us and for our audience, how much does it cost per year on average?
Well, I cannot say exactly how much is it on average. Again, it all depends on
Approximately, yeah.
how many races you do and what class you drive. But I would say if you drive only Lithuanian Championship per year, it will, and not KZ2,
Yeah.
because KZ2 is the most expensive, so it's gonna, I think, I'm not sure, but it costs about 11, 10, 10 to 15,000 per year
Just to run,
to drive
just to drive,
all the races in Lithuania.
just to drive.
Well, I'm not sure,
yeah,
but I think
yeah, you sure?
I'm not sure.
Well, you're driving on two classes, isn't it? Lithuanian Championship in KZ2.
No, I drive only DD2,
Oh, DD2. Oh, right. Cool,
but I
cool.
drive in Europe also, not only in Lithuania.
In Europe, what's your best achievement in Europe?
P2 European Championship, not championship, a round of European Championship.
Okay, okay. And in general, how many go-karts we got in the European Championship?
In my class, it's about 36.
Oh, so all those 36 go-karts goes in one track?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a lot of traffic, isn't it?
Yeah, but yeah, 36 is a lot. But if it's like about 20, then it's already not a lot. Just in Lithuania, it's really little drivers. Like compared to average, in Lithuania, it's less drivers, you know.
Mm.
So
So 36, well, it's not big machines, and even the 4 or 5 can stretch in one straight line and closer to each other. So yeah, it's a nice achievement anyway. So how old are you, by the way?
15 years
You
old.
are 15 years old, and you don't have driver's license. Are you driving on the roads illegally?
No.
Honestly, you know, police is not listening right now, so you can be honest with us.
No, I don't. Honestly.
Okay, cool. Anyway, Maxim Shurko, that was a racing line in Lithuania, Lenktynių linija, driver management team member. Maxim, thank you very much for your kind words. Thanks for your insights about the sport. Wish you all the best as the rest of the field. And, well, the best driver will win this round. Thank you very much. Thanks for insights and best of luck. Cheers. On the meantime, on our screens, we got two very fast go-karts, OK and Junior and OKN classes. Differences between these two categories, there's 8.5 seconds and checkered flag. Peaceful and kind, but very fast indeed. Two pilots from Lithuania. Send cheaper.lt if you ask me in English, but suspigiau.lt Pilėnai racing commander, and the team is amazing. They are supporting motorsport in Lithuania, and they are part of the sponsors in the Lithuanian Championship, so very nice team indeed. And in our monitors, the faster one was Markas Šilkūnas by quite a margin, 52.5, even the faster Nava DD3. Sorry, DD2, and fastest of them all, I think. You know, it's maybe a little bit easier now. You're not in a rush, and you just feel like in time trial. Vanessa Šilkūnaitė, on the other hand, OK and junior class, managed to put a decent time, 53.6. So for the lady, I think she's a faster now than 99.999% of the rest of the population of the world. So very fast lady indeed. So two Lithuanians, two different classes, but nice ride for two go-karts. It's like was pleasant to see and experience to that buzz from the engines there and there, and yeah, and the weather conditions is getting better and better, a little bit warmer outside so far. Let's check it out how it goes. We will come back after a short break. We will getting ready for retro go-karts. They will start soon for formation and warm-up lap. Here we are, a red flag so far, and we are ready to announce the retro categories start. Okay, hands up, and that means that somebody's just not very able to start the go-kart, and a little bit of chaos as usual of this category. So one of them just went off the track, one of our pilots, and I think, and I'm sure that in the first position, surely it's supposed to be Kęstutis Jankauskas from Retro Minsk class TS Motorsport, one of the fellow drivers who got all that community and this category alive. We supposed to be very thankful for Kęstutis Jankauskas. He's in the first place, and he was very fast indeed. And also, as you can see, some of them modern go-karts got those spoilers and stuff, but here it's just chassis and true open wheel experience. Number 79, it seems like, got a little bit problem. Estonian pilot Carl Somm just off, and seems like he's having a trouble. Retro 2G. It's strange to say 2G or CG because it's Lithuanian letters, and I just call them Retro and Retro Minsk, if you will. There's a few differences between them, but not quite much. So, yeah, let's have a look on these two pilots, Gediminas Udras, Vladas Germanavičius, fighting with each other. Vladas Germanavičius seems like keeping that second place. And he's off from leader about for 2 seconds, 2.5, I assume. And seems like Kęstutis Jankauskas is in his own league so far. A very fast driver for now. Kęstutis Jankauskas driving on a similar and a bit faster level now. His fellow friends. Vladas Germanavičius managed to put in 1 minute 4.7. In the meantime, P1 owner Kęstutis Jankauskas on 1 minute 4.2. In the meantime, we have another pilot from Lithuania, and this time around is very fast, and one of the fastest ever on this track in comparison with lap times is OKN class owner Markas Šilkūnas from Lithuania. Hello there.
Hi.
It's very nice to hear you. Marcus, can you tell me more about your class? Why it's so special?
It's cheaper to drive, and
Cheaper to drive, but it's the fastest. How is that possible?
I don't actually know.
How old are you, by the way, Marcus?
I am 14.
You are 14. Just for reference, closer to me, there's a Vanessa. She will be. You are brother's sister, right? So Vanessa will talk a bit minutes later, but I just want to say that these two pilots, brother and sister, competing in the very tough category, and FIA just want to create the category with a world championship to make it more resourcefulness, and not resourcefulness, but with more resource. And have a better engine and better chassis, and keep that that class and category quite successful. And it's a new project, and Markas Šilkūnas and Vanessa Šilkūnaitė is a part of that project, and participating in that category with serious ambitions to participate in a World Series, right?
Yeah. This year, I think my sister will drive in the World Championship with OKN, and I will drive OKJ.
What's that difference?
There's like not a big difference, but there is a difference. The X part of exhaust is a little bit
Is there a
changed.
difference in brake horsepower?
Yeah, I don't know actually, but the limiter is more like in OKJ is 40,000, and in OKN Junior and OKN is 15,000. So difference.
No, it's a minor difference. It's not that big, but yeah. How much of a speed you carrying on that straight line? You're not watching on the speed.
I am about like 118.
118 for 14 years old. Great stuff, I assume. Anyway, do you find this track quite enjoyable to drive?
Yeah, it's really nice. They have really amazing corners where elevate changes and all other things.
You pushing yourself lap after lap, and you participating in this event. And you started your day from yesterday, or you were like in a Friday or so?
I think Tuesday we were driving already.
We are on Sunday, and this guy, Marcus Shilkuna, started from Tuesday. You're pushing a lot of laps in this track, all right?
Yeah.
So you are preparing yourself to be a world champion and to be a very famous Lithuanian and famous, like, what is your favorite driver in the Formula 1? Are you watching Formula 1?
Yeah, I'm watching Formula 1, but I don't know actually.
Kimi Raikkonen, I assume, your favorite driver. No?
Nah, I think maybe Sebastian.
Sebastian Vettel is one of my top favorites as well. Marcus Shilkunas, thank you for your kind words. Pleasure to meet you in person. Right now it's time to talk with Vanessa Shilkunite. Hi, Vanessa.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to hear you. How old are you, by the way? Don't be offended by this question, but you're quite young to not be offended by that, right? So
I'm 12.
you are 12, and you just 7 tenths behind your brother.
Yes.
Yes, confidently answer her. So, Vanessa, you preparing yourself to be fastest woman in Lithuania and not in Lithuania at all?
Yes, but also we have another one who is driving, but now he is on the micro. He also is fast, but can be he win.
Also, you put astonishing laps like 54. What is the best time you got in the session?
This one, another one.
This one, last one.
53 and 5.
53 and 5. And for example, as you can see, we have 1 minute and 2, 1 minute and 4, and it's like a different league. Anyway, let's just analyze this timetable. Gediminas Udras was the first one, and probably Kęstutis Jankauskas done some kind of mistake to not finishing in the first. Anyway, let's keep it on. Oh, that was a lot of contact for the first corner, and kind of dangerous starting position when you are not running with your engine smoothly. That means that somebody's just got stuck on the starting line and raised his hand. Yeah, and there was a bit of a damage there. Number 79, I guess, Carl Sohm just got a bit of a contact, and then he just retired. Here we are, and Kęstutis Jankauskas seems like something went wrong. Kęstutis Jankauskas, usually he's very, very fast, but on that occasion, Gediminas Udras just managed to pass him. And it seems like Kęstutis Jankauskas got some kind of difficult there and there. Let's bring up that timetable once again. Check those classes, different classes and different pilots. So the best of the best, Gediminas Sudras, and that means that the best time is very suitable for him. I think he find a bit of a pace on this time around. Gediminas Sudras wasn't the fastest one on the last time around, and heat number 2 he just accomplished that mission quite well. Gediminas Sudras first, Kęstutis Jankauskas second. Also, as you can see, there's a different classes, so maybe there was a tactical maneuver for Kęstutis Jankauskas just to have more competition in the front. So yeah, the final results looks like this. Back to Vanessa Šilkūnaitė, suspigiau.lt Pelėnai Racing. Also, thanks for your team to support Lithuanian Championship, and it's very, very important stuff about that. But we are here in Latvia in a Baltic States Championship, and you preparing yourself for the World Series. When you have that type of series, it will be quite soon, this autumn or next year?
Yeah, it's like quite soon. I don't know what week, maybe next
Oh, it's quite fast, isn't it?
or not. I
No.
don't know.
Next week will be your school time.
No, we go in WSK in Italy.
Oh my god. Okay, you go into Italy. What are you
Yeah.
doing there?
We are racing also, but in another category. Like yesterday we race in OKJ,
Okay.
so we race in Franciacorta.
Amazing stuff. How did you find yourself, Vanessa, that you are, you know, the girl and you want to be with the boys racing and kick their butt?
Yeah, I'm start from like my brother. I want to overtake all the time him.
So your brother is your main opponent and like a little supporter, but you compete with each other on the track, right?
Yeah,
You're not competing in the living room, not at home, but on the track, right?
yeah.
What your favorite? What type of favorite hobbies do you have, both off the track, for example? What racing drivers do?
We waking.
Waking,
Yeah,
wake park.
yeah.
Okay.
Also, we are playing tennis like 1 year ago because now we stop. And much more.
So there's a like a spare time to study.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not yeah. For example, Vanessa's brother Marcus just shake his head and indicates me that like no, there's no time to study. But anyway, education is very, very important. Don't forget about that. But I'm very keen and I'm very, very big fan of you. I think I'm one of the oldest fans for 12 and 14 years old guys here. Vanessa Šilkūnaitė and her brother Marcus Šilkūnas is close to us. Thank you very much. We will have another interview live on the camera later on, but for now, as you can see, we will start after the short break. Short will be for us 40 minutes just to have a quick lunch before the final rounds. It will be astonishing time to witness great opportunity to witness greatest racing in the different categories. This Sunday is absolutely surprising me in every single way. So keep it tuned. Write the comments below and I will try to answer those questions after that break. So don't forget to write down the comments and keep the live chat alive. Stay tuned. Welcome back on a Sunday. Wonderful, wonderful event. And I'm astonished, but we have a final round in the Rotax Micro, and full of action is going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, number 25 so far, Patrikas Joncius taking the lead so far, and Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius doing a great job to keep his momentum just under the bumper, under this race leader so far, and a little bit longer distances in the final rounds. So I hope you enjoy this moment. I'm enjoying right now because I have another matters to do. So off the track and closer to the podium, and we just shared the nice moments in a baby demonstration race category closer to the podium, and we share the prize giving ceremony emotions together. And right now back on the track, a little bit more than neither 1 minute left on this occasion. Patrikas Joncius so far leading the race, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius, Emilis Juozaitis, Juris Plūksna, Remigijus Kriaučiūnas so far in P5. So the top 5 actually they are racing very, very closely in comparison of fastest lap times. So, and the top 8 actually managed to put their cards into 1 minute to 0.7, 0.6, and the fastest of them all so far, it is currently the driver in the P3, it is Emilis Juozaitis. So great stuff from him, but it's not really enough to do that, and a lot of action going there, and as you can see, Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius managed to overtake his opponent, and that is going with a lot of drama in this Rotax Micro category, because on the last laps we saw amazing stuff. As you can see, number 25 Patrikas Joncius trying to fight back. And it's not over yet. It's over when you are finishing the race and you cross the finish line, and it's not finished yet. The last lap, as you can see, the track marshal just hold that information table for them, and just look how they are close to each other. And another overtaking opportunity, and it is Emilis Juozaitis who's taking, oh my goodness, what is happening there? Emilis Juozaitis going off the track and lost multiple positions. There was clearly a contact, or maybe he went off the tarmac, and yeah, that was very, very unfortunate moment for him. He just trying to recover right now and overtake one of his opponents, and it seems like Emilis Juozaitis in the 5th or 4th place at the moment, but not ideal situation for him. On the meantime, as you can see, the top 2 is still remain the same. Does Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius clinch that top 1 position from Patrikas Joncius? We'll see in a few moments, and we are seeing the joy from everyone. I really, really love how they are just fist pump and enjoying that moment to crossing the finish line, and yeah, that is amazing stuff to watch. So amazing drama at the end. Emilis Juozaitis unfortunately dropped himself from amazing P2. I guess that was maybe driver error, or maybe a bit of a contact, and I think we will see that on the replay. But just for now, just take a glance of this leaderboard. Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius with 1 minute to 15, the best time from his side, very, very close. Best time is Patrikas Joncius. He is one of the fastest, and he clinched that P2. Juris Plūksna took fantastic P3 after Emilis Juozaitis' mistake. Remigijus Kriaučiūnas also was beneficial with that error, and just once again, just check those highlights of this run. Majority of the race, number 25, Patrick Astiotis just managed to control the pace and keep everybody behind, but that was not enough. And under the pressure, there was like three close pilots who just squeezed their out, and with those go-karts, they were very, very close indeed. In the middle of the pack, and battle for P5, P6 was quite intense as well. As you can see in one corner, three go-karts side by side. There's another action, and there are how they managed to switch the places in P1. And the finish. Not the finish, sorry, it's a final lap, and that was a drama there. Just look at that number 17. There was a little bit of contact, I guess, and it seems like Emilis Josaitis was the most unfortunate driver there. Celebration moves and the finish. Once again, just take a glance at that final results of this final heat, and that was quite of a final actually. So on the last lap we finally found out the best of the best. So I'm very, very keen to take an interview from one of the fellas and one of the guys, and let's check that out. We will got Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius. I'm keen to going to on the horizon in front of the camera and say hi to him. Rotax Micro, and it is fantastic opportunity to talk with Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius. Congratulations on a final run. That was amazing stuff to watch. How does it feel?
Very good. This is my first season in this class, Rotax Micro.
So first season, and you are accomplishing that very, very well. P1, and that was quite of a challenge to take that P1. Are you happy with your result?
Very good.
Very good. You know, competition was quite intense, but you managed to clinch that P1, and Joris, you done amazing job. Do you like this new track?
Yes, this track is very good, but I think this track is very good to race in the sun.
In the dry conditions, right? So once again, I think you done an amazing job. I think it's a lot of people and all your team want to celebrate you. Thanks for joining us. This is how Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius looks like. Here we are. Once again, we're joining with a wonderful Rotax Micro, or should I say Nano. Rotax Nano in front of us, 3 pilots, and well, it will be quite an enjoyable final because, you know, from previous experience, what we saw before, it's quite predictable because it seems like a little bit of a power slide there from one of the pilots. But anyway, Jokūbas Juozaitis, Domas Norkus, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė, 3 pilots competing with each other, but not quite, because the differences and the gap between them are quite huge. The fastest of them all, Jokūbas Juozaitis, without any competition, taking that P1 any day. Any moment. Domas Norkus seems like quite in the middle. Slowest, but I think most prettiest pilot of them all, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė. So she's, in comparison with boys in the front, a bit of a slow, but I think Gabriela's objectives is quite different ones. Bring experience, take that confidence up, and yeah. Prepare yourself for the next action. So, and from what I saw before, Gabrielė Tankievičiūtė is improving quite well, step by step. And on this type of sport, you don't need to force or rush young pilots to do some kind of crazy lap times and stuff. So you need to build that up, build that relation with your go-kart, and then you are confident enough, just push things on. Coming back with your comments and questions in YouTube live stream section. Thank you once again for many those questions, because it's keep it nice and simple, and I think live stream can be a little bit more enjoyable with your questions. If you have any, how many kartings, go-karts can race at once? I think we don't have that limit, I don't know exact number, but all the time in Baltic Cup Championship, or as you heard before in a European Championship, there was on one track 37 go-karts. 37, imagine that. So they can fit plenty of go-karts at once in one track. I'm not sure what its limit on this track, but I think 30, even more, it can be quite possible thing to accomplish and to do. So keep that in mind, that we are on this wonderful Sunday, last Sunday. The summer is a strange thing to say, but quite enjoyable, because on this race weekend we have a great time, and we are celebrating motorsport, and we are witnessing early steps in motorsport for these youngsters. Anyway, 1 minute and 6.0 in comparison. If you think that this 8-9 years old are quite slow, I'm just telling you that in retro class, people running at 1 minute and 10, 1 minute and 5, 1 minute and 7 even, with a little bit more PHP and manual transmission. And just imagine that in comparison. Not really fair to compare modern machinery with an old one, but just imagine that's grown-up men who's racing on this track, not able in comparison to keep up with, for example, Jokūbas Juozaitis or even Domas Norkus. So that is a keep information that to keep that in mind. So they've done an amazing job. So far, so good. It seems like Domas a little bit adapting this type of track, and he's not behind like 3 or 4 seconds per lap. He's improving right now, and Domas Norkus, even though that he's in P2, but in comparison, 5.3 seconds behind the leader. Before that, there was like 20 or so seconds, or even 4 seconds a lap slower right now. After multiple laps, we see that that margin is growing, but not by far. So, and like before, I mentioned that in heats number 1, difference per lap was like 4.5 seconds, 4 seconds. Right now, that difference between in tempo, in pace, Jokūbas Juozaitis is still, you know, from trio is the fastest. We took his time as a reference, 1 minute 4.45. And Domas Norkus is catching up, not behind, 4 seconds or 5 seconds a lap slower, but right now just 2 seconds a lap slower. So it's an improvement, huge improvement so far for Domas Norkus. That is great stuff for him. And improving, what else? It is Gabriela Tankievičiūtė. She's still improving, and she's doing a better job right now, neither on heat number 2 or heat number 1. So we, with our tonight's and this afternoon's program, we continuing with all categories and the final runs on this triple free track. It's a wonderful venue where you can experience a wonderful time with your family, rent a go-karts, drive around the wonderful track, and if you're heating quite enough, there's a pond nearby with water slides and trampolines and etc. So, and after that, when you felt exhausted, probably you have a time to take a chill, relax on sandbag and enjoy foods and soft drinks and so on. So it's a very, very nice venue just outside Riga in Latvia. So I strongly recommend just to visit once. Especially, it's very nice atmosphere on the days like this, where it's a sunny, warm day and a lot of racing action going on. So next time around, try to visit us, if not here, maybe on other tracks. Jokūbas Juozaitis, P1 driver. Finishing the race and just overtook Gabriela Tankievičiūtė. Quite an easy action here. And here we are, P2, Domas Norkus, finishing 14.2 seconds just behind Jokūbas Juozaitis. So it's an improvement. I'm not sure. There was like 20 seconds gap on heat number 2, and right now Domas Norkus improved and in race distance, those just was faster by 6 seconds. Gabriela Tankievičiūtė managed to put fastest lap 1 minute 14.5, so it's quite a margin to be with the boys on the same tempo, but on the other hand, she's improving as well. Well, I'm not sure. Are you well aware how fast those little boys just came into the pits? But they were fast. I'm just looking at your comments in a YouTube live chat section. Is there a way to cheat? No, it's not. I mean, if it's there is like a few things there and there, but I'm not sure it's legal stuff. And you know, I think at the current state, it's the ground rules are well aware how to control all that thing. So, and also you cannot push over your opponent. You cannot do that type of wheel-to-wheel hard contact because you will get a penalty and so on. So we have plenty of experience from all that racing history, and we keep those things according by the rules. So I'm not guaranteed there's a way to cheat. I don't like that word either. It's supposed to be fair and square. What are your thoughts about retro go-karts? It's fun to drive. I think it's quite a different animal, and yeah, in comparison with modern machinery, it's slow, but not that slow to not enjoy to watch them. And the most difficult part is to keep that machinery alive. I mean, spare parts, engine resources, and so on. So it's a different stuff and different background and different community. Have you ever met Verstappen? No, I'm not. I'm quite busy man, and I have no time to visit even a single F1 Grand Prix. But on this occasion, you need to plan things very, very way ahead. Can you use nitro? No, it's not Need for Speed. Is Thomas Norcos is next Hamilton? Well, I think you can compare things when you talking about not the Baltic Cup, but about European Cup and global championships, where if somebody, for example, like one of the fellow guys from DD2 class, who was with us, and he said that he was in one of European Championship round second in the round. Yeah, you can compare things like that, but I think the comparison begins when you see they got plenty of experience. The guy who's starting from 4, 5, 6 years old, and in 5 years, 6 years, you will see if he is like a European champion or so. For so far as I know, Baltic states don't have like true mega global star. But we have fast drivers, that's for sure. Rotax Mini just started their formation and warm-up lap. Yeah, how fast can a go-kart go? It depends on the category, but it's not the raw speed on the straight, but the cornering speed and those G-forces, especially on a dry tarmac. It's just ladies and gentlemen, you just have no idea how much grip of that. You just sometimes when you jump off the regular rental car into the sports go-kart, the grip is just unbelievable. You just push the steering wheel and it just goes. It's just like on the rails. Can you win by pitting on go-karts? Nobody's pitting. Nobody's pitting on this series. It's not a Formula 1, it's not Formula 2. It's a different type of racing, and but there's different races, and I do pit on endurance race. But endurance is quite different stuff. I don't compare sport with motorsport. It's two different types. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, a Rotax Mini category, and previously in a couple of heats, previously there was plenty of action in this category, so I'm very, very keen to find out how it goes on this final. And here we are, first couple of positions. Nemunas Volbekas, winner of a couple of heats previously, is controlling the situation, not by far, because in the first lap he got Rodrigo Kakers from Latvia, and Rodrigo started, I assume, from 4th position, so from P4. So great start for him, and he managed to overtake Nemunas Volbekas. Nemunas is attacking. Oh, what a move! What a move for Nemunas. He's just tried to a little bit scare his opponent on some kind of way. Nemunas Volbekas on the 2nd position so far, and they're switching the places then there, and Rodrigo Kakar seems like so far so good for him, but you know, you can be safe when you have Nemunas Volbekas behind, and the overtake maneuver can be placed on every single corner, I think, with Nemunas. Here we are, and that's interesting stuff is going on here. Nemunas Volbekas just overtaking once again, and this series, as you can see, there will be very, very close indeed. Another switch over positions, another race indeed, and it's hot stuff. Martin Dreiber joining the pack in 4th, but also the 3rd pilot just behind them are very, very fast indeed, is Kaius Kalinauskas from Lithuania. So 2 Lithuanian guys on 2nd and 3rd position, but Rodrigo Kakers still holding on that P1. Nemunas on the inside, just great battle. Oh, what a contact, and Kaius Kalinauskas using that opportunity to overtake one of the pilots, and Latvian pilot just goes from P1 into P3. 2 Lithuanians in the front, Nemunas Volbekas so far in the P1, and Kaius Kalinauskas after opportunity and the gift overtook Latvian pilot so far. I'm not sure how Kalinauskas able to overtake Nemunas at this stage. So far, he needs to be a little bit closer and have to very, very good outrun from the corner. And also maybe a little bit of a too aggressive mistake in the defensive move from Nemunas Volbekas. But he's very, very experienced and very calm driver. Love to dry conditions, and he's behaving very well and in very great control. But Kaius, I know that he's very, very fast driver indeed. So just a couple of fractions of a second just between those 3 in the top. Battle for 4th position, Laurinas Karalevičius managed to put a nice lap. Martin Dreiber in the 5th, Tomas Karalevičius 6th, and Klavas Hans 7th position. So, and there is a maneuver from an inside. No, there is a great opportunity to overtake after the long straight, but it's not possible yet for Kaius Kalinauskas. That means he needs to still hold on that P2 and find the opportunity to overtake his colleague from the same country as he is. Lithuanian 2 pilots in the front, Latvian pilots on the 3rd. Rodrigo Kakers still hanging there. Great racing. I mean, as you can see, 2 laps, and they just like 30-40 centimeters from each other. A little bit too aggressive defense from outside to inside. It's a great racing line, but luckily Nemunas Volbekas managed just to be in front. Kaius Kalinauskas means that he wants to be I mean, Nemunas was too aggressive on his defensive move. I think it was a little bit necessary to do those aggressive things on the steering wheel. I think he lost on couple last corners, a little bit momentum, and Kaius Kalinauskas managed to take that pole position so far, and nevertheless, his opponent Rodrigo Kakers managed to overtake him as well. But it's not over yet. They are still hanging around there in this wonderful free of the pack. So far, so good. Kaius Kalinauskas holding that P1. Rodrigo Kanker second. Nemunas Volbekas third. Martins Dreiber fourth. And all eyes on the top three so far. And Kaius Kalinauskas dropping his go-kart in 1 minute point 11. And he's still improving. And as you can see, Kaius luckily and seems like he's having fun and puts a little bit of a gap. And a safe time barrier behind his go-kart. Nemunas Volbekas is in the second place, overtaking after that long straight his colleague from Latvia. Rodrigo Kakers seems like fighting on, but it's not quite enough. Those two Lithuanians are very, very keen and very, very fast indeed. So it's a tough battle anyway. So Kaius Kalinauskas, Nemunas Volbekas, two Lithuanian pilots in the front, and it seems like in the end and close to the end, there's a little bit of a gap between. They're holding on quite well together for like first 5 or 4 laps, but right now the gap is just a little bit increasing, 0.7. Actually, at the moment, live update, like half a second, but it's very, very close indeed. But I'm quite sure that Nemunas Volbekas are not giving up, as well as his colleague Rodrigo Kakers in the first place. Kaius Kalinauskas managed to put a decent time on his timetable, but the faster and the fastest man so far on this track by the fastest lap margin is 59.79 is P2, Nemunas Volbekas. Still holding tight, Nemunas Volbekas. There's a final lap to accomplish things and overtake his opponent in the front. Does Nemunas Volbekas will manage to do so? A little bit switch off of the racing line. Nemunas Volbekas just right on the tail for Kaius Kalinauskas. What they managed to produce, what type of drama on the inside. Nemunas Volbekas close side by side, and no, it's, oh my goodness, and a frustration on Nemunas Volbekas. It seems like on the last minute, Kaius just slammed the door on the inside, and Nemunas Volbekas, that was great opportunity, but he didn't manage to overtake Kaius. And it seems like it can be over right now. Yes, it is, and Kaius Kalinauskas take P1. Fantastic job, Kaius Kalinauskas from P3, successfully battling up, covering up, and successfully finishing and crossing the line in the P1. Now as well, because after astonishing performance, P2, Rodrigo Kakers from Latvia. P3, Martin Streiber. P4, Laurinas Karalevičius. Domas Karalevičius, accordingly P5, 6, and 7 out of 7, Klaus Hans. Here we are, standing in front of you, and we are coming back shortly because, first of all, just take a glance how beautiful racing that was. And I will rejoin quite soon with 2 little fellas, maybe 3 little fellas from Rotax Nano category. So they are waiting upon us for that interview. Yeah, very excited to have a word in the camera. Back to the action, on this time not on a track but on the interview panel. Here we go. This is how fast these guys are. I mean, just look at that. I mean, how it's little small people can run faster than me, ever. Anyway, let's introduce this trio, and we are very excited to watch Rotax Nano category. Gabriela Tankievičiūtė, Lenktynių Linija Driver Management. Hello, Gabriela.
Hello.
How old are you, by the way?
7.
You are 7 years old, and you're pushing your go-karts and you're going 2 extremes, right?
Yes.
Do you like go-karting? I mean, it's a silly question, but I need to ask them.
Yes.
You enjoy. Okay, that's very good. It's a good start. How much of experience you got? How many years you racing?
4.
4 years on a go-karts. Astonishing results. But anyway, let's move on with your colleagues. You've done an amazing job. Let's go with you. Hello there.
Hello.
Tomas Norkus, is that correct?
No.
You are Jokūbas Juozaitis, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Jokūbas Juozaitis, you are the fastest man of the 3. How you keep up with that tempo? Why are you so fast?
6.
You are 6 years old, yeah? Kodėl tu greitas? Why are you so fast? I mean, imagine he's 6 and he's trying to give us interview in not mother tongue language. You realize that? So, kodėl tu greitas? Gali lietuviškai.
Nes gerai įsimokinau.
He's learned quite well. He's driving quite well. That's how he's very, very fast. And the second place belongs to Domas Norkus. Hello. Oh my God. Hello, come on in. Hi, Domas. Hello. How old are you? Gerai, lietuviškai, kiek tau metų? 6. He's 6 years old, and why are you participating in a go-karts? Do you like it a lot? Kodėl tu dalyvauji kartingų čempionate? Tau labai patinka su kartingais važinėti?
Taip.
O ką tu darai be kartingų? Koks tavo hobis, pavyzdžiui? Yes. We need a little bit of a patience on this occasion. Domai, ką tu mėgsti dar veikti be darželio ir be kartingų? Piešti, žaisti?
Labiau patinka eiti, kai būna vasara, nueiti
On some occasions, he likes to swim. Anyway, there's a three little athletes and they are blistering fast on this track. Thank you very much. I see a couple of questions from YouTube live stream. Thank you very much for all the questions. We have top favorites, a couple of members from our audience. So thank you that you are very, very intensely happy to stay with us all day long and have a bunch of those various type of questions. There's no stupid questions, only stupid answers. Keep that in mind. So I hope with this live stream we have a great opportunity to, for example, newcomers, just to show how it's going on there. And here we go, a Rotax mini category, and as you can see, a lot of action from the first meters in this final round. Here we go in Latvia. Triple free track is astonishingly fast and these pilots astonishingly quick here. And number 312, Sebastian Nadari from Estonia, pilot who's a very, very tough competitor for the rest of the field. He was here in closer to me and said that he got quite a lot of work to do just to keep some of them behind. Nice overtaking maneuver for one of the pilots, and it seems that we have it seems like we have a nice battle for P1 so far, and a middle of pack. Oh, there is a lot of stuff going on there. Rotax Junior and Rotax Senior categories. Not Rotax Mini, but Rotax Junior and Rotax Senior here. Sorry, my mistake on the category name at the beginning. So, as we saw before, a couple of go-karts just stationary on the track. It's a very dangerous situation. I think on that track sector we have a yellow flag, and so far so good. It seems like racing is still going on, and yeah, yellow there on this occasion. We need to be very, very careful indeed. So, all those two go-karts on the side, but you need to still be very, very careful on occasions like that you go off track. But on the other hand, we have great battles coming up here. So far so good for Rotax Senior class. Sebastian Nadari seems like controlling the pace of the pack. Very, very fast Estonian driver, but just behind him there is Marta Spike, or should I say Spike, from Latvia. 366 number on his go-kart. We're seeing that's a very close battle for P1. A lot of things can go wrong in this series because these go-karts are insanely fast. As you can see, 57.1 so far for Sebastian, and Oliver Kirk just behind those two in the front. Henrikas Klepikas are on fourth. Hubertas Budvytis, unfortunately, he got a very not great heat too, so that's why he's just a little bit in the back. but Hubertus managed to participate in the Rotax senior category quite well before, but unfortunately with Oskar Savitsky he got one of the incidents in a Hitsu, and nobody benefited, neither Hubertus or Oskar on that occasion. But there is a final. Everything can happen, and as we saw, incidents can happen in P1, and a lot of close action, and nothing is clear until the last corner and until you cross the finishing line. So Sebastian still going on strong on a P1, but only 0.2 of a second behind him is Marta Spike. I'm very confused how to pronounce correctly this. It's quite simple, but you don't know how to put it correctly. So that's why I feel a huge responsibility to correct it, to say it right. Anyway, Oliver in the thirds so far, and Oliver, by the way, is a junior class member, so that means that he's leading in his category, so that's a good thing for him, and he's quite far from his opposition. And meantime, all the eyes on the front, and they are switching places back to back. Another great action, wheel to wheel, and as you saw before, Marta and Sebastian switching the places, and that's that type of action we want. That's the type of action we know we will have from these two talented pilots. Marta is pushing on very, very far and hard indeed and it seems that Estonian pilot Sebastian Adari, he's controlling his mana in a very good way. Here comes the middle pack, P4 in the front, and Hubertus already in the front on the P4. He's very, very fast indeed. He's a Rotax senior, but in front of him there's two junior drivers. So far Hubertus, Budvytis are in the third, in general in the fifth position. The middle pack is more crowded, more traffic in there. It's not very beneficial to be in that pack because you can overheat more. Oh, what a power slide, and on a braking zone a little bit lost momentum for Hubertus. It seems like he's fast, but not quite yet, because seems like Oskar take a revenge on Hubertus. Oskar Savitsky was in the fifth, right now in the fourth position. It's not done yet. These two are very, very on heat, and here we go. On this section corner, can be a lot of things could go wrong. Yeah, you need to be very, very careful indeed, because a slight of action there and you off the track into the grass. There it is. Keep the posture there. And surely when you are competing in this pack, when you are like in Rotax Senior or in Rotax Junior and vice versa, you don't want to be in the contact in the pack with the mixed classes, because when you're fighting with not your class members, that means that you are losing the time anyway. Sebastian Adari is still in the front, Marta Spike. On the second, Oliver Kirk. Third, and the fastest lap belongs to Sebastian Adari, 54.720. So it's quite fast indeed. And he managed to do that in his 8th lap. And I think the pace will be increasingly into the higher levels, because the more in the distance, the more rubber on the track. The racing line is heating up as well, and grip levels is increasing by every single lap. So far so good. And the mix pack in the middle is very, very close indeed. The battle for P8. Just look at that. Alice Stolkermain so far in P6, Henrikas Klapikas 7th, Nois Gerolaitis 8th, and a lot of action, as I mentioned before, in the middle pack. And as you can see, P6 and P7 are very, very close indeed with each other, as well as the front line. The front line, Sebastian Adari still keep that little margin in front. And another great maneuver for very, very fast Oskar Savitsky. He just taking opportunities to overtake. They're not fighting with each other. I think it's a smart move to just stay away, stay out of trouble. For one of the juniors, it is Oliver Kirk. He's leading the race in his own class, Rotax Junior. 4 seniors in the front, so that was a smart move not to stay out of the problems, because seniors a little bit faster on this occasion, as we see. In the meantime, there's like a split of a second between first and the second place, and it seems like Marta losing the tempo by far, and 54.9 still pushing on very, very great indeed. Sebastian Adari just meter by meter increasing his gap against Marta in P2, but also Marta manages to put the fast lap on her own, 55.06, and at the moment as we speak 54.9. So tempo is growing, not by much, but still growing, and the gap is 7/10 of a second, so it's pretty close. And in case of this scenario that we will have like 1.5 laps to go, still the drama is there. And there's 2 rivals, that's for sure. Heats number 2, both of them not benefit to that action. And oh, Jesus Christ, the same scenario, the same corner. And Hubertus wants to clap. Surely he wants to clap to Oskar Savitsky. Just taking revenge by revenge, and it's just... but Oskar Savitsky just hold on that P3 so far. Last lap. Keep an eye on this guy. I feel the drama is up there. Here we go from outside. No, it's not the place to be. Switching the trajectories for the better out of the exit, out of the turn, in from outside to inside. Keep the momentum. No, but Oskar just keep that racing line in a perfect condition. A defensive move from him. Totally on the inside. The first 2 just finished. What about the rest? Sprint race to the race. And close to the photo finish, but that was very, very close indeed. Oskar Savitsky just take that P3. That's for sure. Hubertas Budvytis just force Oskar Savitsky runs for his money. Absolutely amazing racing, and I feel that that was a great battle between these 2 for P3. And Rotax Senior category is just a pleasure to watch. Oliver Kirk, best of the rest in Rotax junior class overall. 5th position for him. Great job. Just keep Hendrikas Klapikas, senior driver, just behind him. The closest rival for him was Alice Stoltenmain from Latvia. He's very well known in this region, and that was quite a margin, like 7 seconds between junior first and second place. Keep that in mind. Just have a look at the class differences and time differences as well. But before that, let's take a glance at the best highlights of this final round. And here we are. Even Sir Hubertas Putvitis seems like got a little bit of a struggle from the start. A little bit of a contact, and there was a little bit of everything in this race so far. So surely do. I enjoy watching this race. Kaius Kalinauskas, congratulations on your amazing performance, and you were quite happy to finish in a P1. Sveikinu, tu buvai tikrai laimingas finišuodamas pirmoje pozicijoje. Kaip tu jauties?
Gerai. Okay.
Kaip buvo tavo tos lenktynės? Ar viskas patiko kaip tavo oponentai? Kaip jauteisi pats per visą šitą dieną?
Labai stengiausi, dėkoju treneriui savo. Ir labai nervausi, kad būčiau pirmas.
He was quite nervous about all that situation to be in first position, but yeah, he tried his best, and you know, he is a top man in his class. Kajau, kiek tu turi patirties su kartingais apskritai ir kiek tau metų?
Man yra 10 metų su pusė, sportuoju 6 metus.
He is already in this business for 6 years, and he's 10.5 years old. Kokios yra ateities ambicijos? What is future ambitions?
Geras.
Good question, he said. To stay in a team, probably. Likti komandoje, ar ne?
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for your kind words. Congratulations once again. See you on a podium. Right, and we're back on the track and to continue with another category action. one of the fastest of them all, DD2 and DD2 Masters. This is a very, very tight competition, and previously we saw a lot of great stuff from all these pilots. Maxim Shurko was great in Heat 2. Ragnar Beres was a very competitive person, and Maxim Shurko and Ragnar Beres was here, and we talk with both of them. Probably they will lead the pack and have a great time there. Also, once again, DD2 Masters. Rikards Kalcems from Latvia was quite fast in DD2 Masters class, and we will check all things first. And yeah. What is the difference between them? Age differences and weight differences, but all the technical details is quite the same. DD2 is from in 400s of numbers in combinations, and DD2 Masters 500 and above. Here we go, and a lot of action and a lot of movement from steering wheels, a lot of push-up from the inside, and Maxim Shurko said that sometimes it's better to start in the 5th even position, neither in the 2nd, because of track layout and the left-hand side corners, and even few of them. So the first sector and the start is very, very crucial if you have like a P2 to have a great start and push your go-kart as quickly as possible from the line. But it's not that easy job to do. In the 2nd place so far is Chris Jaunzemis from Latvia AM Motorsport, and he's fighting with Maxim Shurko, who's taking 1st position. So Maxim started, I guess, from 2nd or 3rd position so far. And great stuff on the straight line, about 120 kilometers on that occasion. So 56.0, that is a definition of the first lap, and this is that type of speed, but I guarantee you that a couple of seconds will be off that margin. So another overtake and battle for the 3rd position so far, 424 on the side. That means that Andrus Zinkevičius made the way up to the position number 3. So he overtook his colleague Simas Stankevičius. Also, just a reminder that 4 pilots from Lithuania representing Racing Line driver management team. So a lot of family members and same guys from the same company, as I say. So far, Maxim Shurko puts another great lap, and 55.1. He's a faster so far, like a half a second faster than his friends behind him from Latvia, Chris Jaunzemis. If yesterday with the Baltic Championship and all that cup with different categories, we got mixed conditions and more like 80% of the wet conditions. So today is quite a sunny day, as Bob Marley say. Maxim Shurko 55.1. He's pulling off, as you can see, and on the safe distance so far. And Latvian pilot Chris Jaunzemis seems like a struggle with the pace. He's holding the pack from, and the rest of these 3 guys behind this Latvian pilot is all the guys from Racing Line Driver Management, Lithuania. I see a couple of comments in YouTube. Don't worry, I will find a way to answer all those questions and give you some answers. But for now, we just hanging there, and because it is quite intense for P2, P3, and P4. Maxim Shurko, another great lap for him, and he just pulling the gap. 1.7 for now. Meanwhile, in a half and a split of a second, we can put 4 drivers. And it seems like Simas Stankevic has found an opportunity to overtake his Latvian colleague and Racing Line. Linia team is pushing this Latvian, and here we go, another overtake for 424. Andrius Stankevic has made a podium place so far, and I'm assuming that very, very keen to do so is Ragnar Veres as well. Ragnar Veres from Estonia belongs to Barrel RT Baltics. Unlucky. He just seems like find an opportunity to overtake, and seems like Latvian pilot just hold as much as he can. We got questions. We need more interviews. Yeah, that's for sure. Can there be a tie? We have a photo finish, so it's approximately not. Are the little drivers next world champions? Probably, you never know. Do the pilots listen to the music while driving? Rave or gummy bear? No. I think they listen to how their engine work, because it's a very crucial thing to do. It's not about enjoyable ride, it's about the work ethic, and to be in the rhythm with machinery. What type of questions is... Okay. Is there any drama between drivers? Do they set aside their differences in the track, or do they box? Well, it depends. I think in every type of community there's a little spicy things there and there, especially if you have a contact or conflict on the track, and conflicts and racing incidents on the track happens every time, but you know, you just develop from them and bring up experience and just move on, I think. Is this sport is Olympics? It's a motorsport. Olympics is have nothing in common with a motorsport. Thank you for all your questions. Keep that live chat alive, and if you have any questions, just keep us informed. For now, so good for Maxim Shurko, because he's just pulling off, and 3.3 seconds gap already there at the newest date. It's 3.6 seconds, so he's quite safe at the front. So Simas Stankevičius from also the same team is in a P2. Ragnar Veres climbing up quite successfully in a P3. Andrius Stankevičius in a P4, Chris Jaunzemis P5. The fastest lap belongs to one of the pilots who are in P3, which is, and that pilot is from Estonia, Ragnar Veres. Definitely one of the most competitive guys here. And it seems Ragnar Veres just overtook one of his fellows in the front, and done that. So he's currently in second position, but battle for P3 is still getting hard, baby. And Simas Stankevičius, Andrius Stankevičius just mixing the positions right now so far. Meanwhile, Latvian pilot Chris Jaunzemis keeping his P5. I assume that there's quite a battle between position 9, 10 and 11, as we can see from on left-hand side timetables. There's quite just a few fractions of a second split between these pilots in those positions. The fastest time of the rest is... And it goes for Maxim Shurko, and just a little bit by 7,000ths of a second slower. Ragnar Verus just clinched that fastest lap time by himself as well. And Maxim Shurko not participating in the battle at all, and he is able to have a very nice autobahn in front of him, and like a freeway. He can be very focused on racing lines, trajectories, and keep his momentum going. And I think he's in a great shape right now. This pilot is very talented, and we see how pilots just try to reduce the drag on the straight by leaning towards the steering wheel. So the main action goes around P2, P3 so far, and this pack is still in a 1 second gap between them. So they are well aware about a few mistakes there and there, and you can use that opportunity to overtake. And for sure, this final round, it's one of the longest, because on the final run, we will have a little bit longer distances so far. So for these two classes, DD2 and DD2 Masters, we have 16 minutes plus 1 lap, so plenty of time to do a lot of stuff. 4.3 seconds separating P1 and P2. Ragnar Verus still holding on that P2 so far, and he's pulling away from the P3 Andris Isinkevicius so far. Simas Stankevicius still there by 4 hundredths of a second. 4/10ths of a second from Andris Isinkevicius in the P3. Fifth place belongs to Latvian pilot Chris Jaunzemis. Tomas Rudokas in securely 6th position, and afterwards we got Masters, DD2 Masters, and that P1 and 7th in overall belongs to Richards Colin Sims. Ragnar Verus just managed to pull the great lap, one of the fastest lap at the moment, 53.26. So here we are. He's a little bit cutting off that gap from P1, but 4 seconds ahead is still a lot of wrong things supposed to happen. Maxim Shurko, it seems like dropping his pace a bit, just trying to relax. It's not that big of a deal when you have around 4 seconds a lead. drop a few tenths per lap, so you still will be in the front, but on the meantime, plenty of bad things and good things could happen on P3. Andrius Sinkevičius, Simas Stankevičius, they are quite competitive personas from the same team, so seems like they're having fun, that's for sure. And here we are. You see how much of a gap they got between each other. So the top 5 looks like that. In the distance, we saw 6th position Tomas Rudokas. And the rest of the field is further in the back. But it doesn't matter because afterwards we go with DD2 Masters. And so far, so good for Richard Kaltsems from Latvia. Artur Karius second in his own class. Armans Kanis. Armans Kanch from Latvia. So in DD2 Masters we got 1 Lithuanian and 3 Latvian pilots for now. Lukas Leonavičius is last from the rest of the field, and I think he's not quite competitive with the rest of the field so far. He's quite off the pace. Not quite that much, but still it's not enough for taking higher positions. Here we go, another action and battle for 3rd position. Andrius Sinkevičius, Simas Stankevičius. Last lap. So far, Andrius Sinkevičius holding that P3 so far. Simas Stankevičius just holds tight under his teammates' back. And the main action is still there because, as we saw before, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it's enough to have just a few corners before crossing the finish line. Do we will see the dive? We're not sure, but there is a finish for Maxim Shurko. Fantastic job, and I think we keep the same positions. Here we go. Maxim Shurko, Ragnar Berus, Andrius Sinkevičius, Simas Stankevičius, Chris Jaunzemis, and Tomas Rudokas. These are top 6 guys from DD2 class. And Artur Karius finished just 7th. Meanwhile, the rest of the field looks like DD2 Master 509 Richards Kaltsems have great time in his own class, and he's able to overtake Estonian pilot Artur Karius. As we see, that's a little bit mixed places there. But yeah, Richard Kaltsems, it doesn't matter that he's in general 8, but he's keeping the posture, keeping the top 1 position for his own class, and congratulations on his wonderful performance. Yeah, and the rest of the field, Martinas Barčūnas for DD2. Last for DD2 class, and the rest is the Masters. Ivars Us, Armans Kants, Lukas Leonavičius. All the positions sounds like that, and here we go. Another episode of wonderful highlights, and the best moments are on your display. So from this point of view, as you can see in your monitors, tablets, PC screens, maybe TV, a lot of TVs right now are like a smart ones, so they have like built-in Android systems and etc. So maybe you have a comfortable time at home and watching this live stream. Sunday, the last summer's Sunday afternoon. What a pleasant Saturday and Sunday that was. It's not over yet because we have a couple of runs in front of us, and we'll still have racing going on there. But I'm just very pleased and very enjoying to join this wonderful time with all the racing community here in Latvia, close to Riga. There's a wonderful venue, as I mentioned before, triple free track with wonderful layouts, and I'm really appreciate to experience all of this procedure step by step, and I hope you have a great time, and I hope that you want to come back on the next round and be with us even longer. Anyway, I'm Andrius Janušauskas from Lithuania, extreme sports commentator, helping you out throughout all this Saturday and Sunday runs. Yesterday we got like Baltic Cup Championship in multiple classes. This time around we got different classes and categories with Rotax and retro go-karts, which is amazing. As a true petrol head, I really appreciate retro cards smell. I really do, because as personal experience from my side, I just love old cars, all technique. I just really do. So anyway, but they are not quite fast as those little ones, modern machines, as we saw before. So DD2 and DD2 Masters run over. Couple of hours before you heard these two pilots, Markus Šilkūnas and Vanessa Šilkūnaitė, 14 and 12 years old. Accordingly, Vanessa is 12, Marcus 14 years old, and there are very talented guys from these OKN Junior and OKN classes. FIA decided to bring that class in the world scale, and yeah, it will be very interesting. And these two guys just not spending time in Lithuania, but they are spending time in Italy to practice racing. And I think they put a massive effort for future talents, especially for as Lithuania. I'm very proud on that. So I'm very pleased that closer to us there is a few guys to give us interview, and I'm very pleased to ask a couple of questions. If you have questions for our pilots, you please don't hesitate to ask the pilots some kind of questions. I maybe try to arrange your questions to your category favorite winners. So yeah, we have a great time here, and Marius Šilkūnas, Vanessa Šilkūnaitė, as long as we enjoying the racing, but they only two and they're not competing with each other. Somehow they are competing, but not maybe in a friendly way. But before that, we will coming back very shortly. And now I'm very excited to have a chat or so with multiple people around. So stay tuned. Here we go, and there's our recent categories winner from Rotax Junior. Please welcome Alice Stolchermane. Sounds like German, but it sounds like also Latvian. Hi, Alice.
Hi.
Also, I'm very excited. You finished in a second position, but somehow the first position went on disqualifying.
Yeah.
So why is that?
I don't know because he has some problems with carburetor.
Ah, some technical difficulties and technical problems. So, Alice, congratulations. Automatically, then you are in a P1. Sunday, that was a long day, isn't it?
Yeah.
But finally, you clinched that P1, and how does it feel?
It feels good. Like, feels like a winner.
What's future plans, by the way?
F4.
Formula 4. Formula 4, it's closer to you now. My racing career, what do you think?
I don't know.
My racing career is very, very far. So, but Formula 4, did you have a test or so?
No.
How old are you, by the way?
13.
13.
Yeah.
And you competing in a very, very high level. So congratulations. It was a pleasure to spectate you, watch you, and you know, future will maybe surprise us with talented driver like Alice. Thank you very much. Alice, you can just chill out right now and celebrate with the team. Okay. Thank you very much. Off the camera and in the camera, please welcome another driver from this time around. It is Sebastian. Yeah, Sebastian Dari, Rotax Senior. Once again, congratulations. We spoke before, and you keep that posture, you keep that opposition in the back. How does that feel?
You know, it feels great after a long day.
Feels great. That's all that matters. Are you call this day as a tough day?
Sorry?
Are you call this day as a hard one?
So, I didn't understand.
Okay. Was it difficult to compete today?
No, it was not really. At first I thought I was gonna lose, but as the day went on, the things got better, and I was improving every time.
So it was it was easy, according by Sebastian. Yeah, very, very lucky name as a Sebastian Vettel. Maybe you will be Sebastian Adari, 4-time Formula 1 champion. You never know. But you see this? Red Bull Racing? Come on. Sebastian. Anyway, thank you very much for your time. See you on the podium. Congratulations. And it's time to invite another fella, a friend of mine from Lithuania, and Maxim Shurko. He was very fast indeed. And he was very lucky to put on the final run 18 minutes or so on a track. It's a very hard thing to do, but the main thing that Maxim was just very, very chill in the front. 4 seconds in the gap. I realized that you just lift out a bit at the end, right?
Yeah, however, the race was still, like, all the day was really hard, and I want to thank my team, of course. We had they really helped me to keep my pace and stuff, motivation. I was still pushing all the time, even though I was in the front alone. But you know, you never know what happens. Maybe Veros would be a second faster and he would catch me in 4 laps. So I was still pushing every lap. But luckily he wasn't. I'm still first, and it feels amazing.
I know that you know. I saw that you know that you were out of a go-kart and you were delightful. I mean, from your body language, I saw that it's very a huge relief. And you know, after 18 minutes, I will be destroyed in the first 5 minutes in this machinery. But you know, these are guys, professional drivers. It's not easy job to do and to drive on the limits for like 18 minutes or so. So, Maxim, your secret. I mean. How you prepared yourself, you said before that get nice sleep before the day and nice breakfast, isn't it?
Yeah, but the race was really hard. However, I most of all I like to create a tactic before the race just to feel confident that I know what to do and I know how to win. So for me personally, creating a tactic is the most important thing. So yeah, I had a tactic and I was just like confident about my win. I was pushing and great race.
You sound very professional. You know, as I know, you are very talented, motivated. Even one of the European Championships round vice winner, as I mentioned before. Also, you talk about tactics. There's no pit stops. There's no, you know, is that tactic is push to the limit and hope for the best? What type of tactics are you talking about?
No, it's all about the start. The start is the most important thing because you can gain the most positions and you can lose the most positions at the short amount of time, right? So having a good strategy on the start made my race like.
You started from which position? Remind us.
The final I started from the first, but 2 races before I started from 6th.
So you climb yourself into nice position, you secure that position, and you well deserved today's champion. So Maxim, thank you very much for your kind words, and this is how a future star looks like. Even oh, sorry. Current star looks like. Maxim, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Thank you. You can relax right now, and let's invite another driver from DD2 Masters. And there's no competition for you. This a Latvian pilot, Richards Kalciems. Can you name your name in your mother tongue language? How correctly I need to pronounce?
Okay, Richards Kalciems.
Okay, you know, Richarday. Richarduke. Anyway, you were unbeatable. I mean, all this Sunday I watch you. Maybe for you it looks like, you know, you hanging there in the middle of the pack with the juniors and stuff, but not like a juniors, but with DD2 drivers. But as a master and experienced driver, yeah. Your fellas from your category didn't catch you up at all.
Yeah, they were lazy today, I guess. So I was lucky. But yes, it was first time for me with the juniors with the DD2, and so I was 9 kilograms overweight, and that's why first laps I managed to keep up with them, but then they just went faster and faster.
So a couple of kilos in this type of sport is you know, it's a massive difference, isn't it?
For sure, and I have no couple, I have 9, so it's a lot.
9 kilos. Oh, anyway, but you are competing in your own class. I mean, and you have like different weight distributions and different setups, and you know, playing with the chassis a little bit. But what do you want to wish for your opposition? Because it seems like there was none of your opposition today.
Somehow they were slow. I think I was not so fast, so they were slow. So I think they will keep up for the Latvian Championship last round. It is also together with Lithuanian Championship in Jelgava. So I think there will be much tougher competition.
Yeah, so they learn their mistakes and keep up with the good work, you know. But you know, you're still first, and you have something to prove for next round. This track is well known to you, right? Because you're a local guy, etc.
Yeah, but it's just built 3 months ago. I just finished. So, but this is our home track for Birlar Baltics, and that's why yes, we get some extra laps here.
Anyway, it was a pleasure to see you, and I saw that you just even leave a couple DD2 go-karts behind you. So your tempo was quite well. You know, if we keep that in mind, that you were 9 kilos above the rest. So anyway, great stuff. Thank you, Richardas. In Lithuania, it's Richardas. So yeah, yeah. It was a pleasure to see you. And guys, just keep that nice atmosphere back home or wherever you are. Maybe you are watching this live stream just from the area, from the coffee. It doesn't matter. We have a great time, and retro go-karts are ready to go. But before that, we have brother and sister pushing for and practicing and participating in a race. There are 2 go-karts, but we are pushing hard for 53.0. Yeah, Vanessa and Marcus is just astonishing people who are pushing themselves to the limits and even skip like a couple of education classes. I'm not sure about that, but let's keep that in mind. And 2 Lithuanian stars practicing for World Series. I'm very, very keen to find out how they manage to keep that pressure, professionalism and pace on the world global scale. Stay tuned, we'll be back shortly. Back to the game, to the microphone, and after the wonderful interviews with the nice people who were the fastest, it's a pleasure to coming back, put the headset and ready to go to absorb what is going on the track. Why is that? Because through the headphones I can hear this pure engine noise from different parts of the track. So, as I mentioned before, we have Vanessa Shilkunaite and Marcus Shilkunas, brother and sister, one family, and they are participating in the 2 different categories, OKN Junior and OKN. A little bit Marcus is a faster driver on this track, but he's pushing 52.6, absolutely blistering, even faster than either DD2 go-karts. 53.2 belongs for Vanessa Shulkunaite, and according to that she's only 12. To put that type of margin on this track is absolutely incredible stuff to see. So as long as they are pushing, because we got plenty of time to do so, for them I think it's more like a practice run, time trial, and keep that momentum. As you can see, Vanessa's just hair hanging there out of this helmet. So yeah, enjoyable stuff to watch these young talents. It needs to a lot of endurance to control this type of machinery. After this practice session, I should say, it's still a race, but for them it's like a time trial and bringing up experience and build up momentum. So they're not skipping up. That's moments that they can just roll and roll on this track. It's enjoyable stuff to do, but yeah, it's absolutely amazing, and I wish all the best for these 2 pilots, Vanessa Shilkunaite and Marcus Shilkunas. Amazing people who got their team sponsoring also Lithuanian Championship, so thank you for that. Suspigiau.lt, Pilėnai Racing team. If you wonder what does that mean, Pilėnai means some kind of location in Lithuania, and Suspigiau.lt, that means send cheaper.lt. Now you get it right, what that means. So I hope you enjoy this wonderful Sunday afternoon. They cross the line, and Vanessa Shilkunaite just managed at the end of the session just have the best time of the best, 53.239. But her brother a little bit faster at 10th lap of 19. He went on 52.6. timetable in front of you guys, and we are ready to retro cards. Kęstutis Jankauskas absolutely smashing this category with Retro Minsk. Retro category is very well holding on another Lithuanian shoulders, Gediminas Udras, number 5. The first heat was quite well by Kęstutis Jankauskas. He was like overall in the first position, and on the heat number 2, he was second overall, but in his category he was quite alone in the front. He just let pass, I guess, Gediminas Udras, and yeah, and we can thank Kęstutis Jankauskas for a lot of good stuff for this category. One of the kind guy who's just deliver a lot of friends, got a lot of support, and bring this community and created a retro category. So it's very, very nice indeed to see this classical go-karts. Also, it's not the easiest category to maintain, because you know, there's a huge problem with the spare parts. Also, it's old technique from late 70s, 80s, early 90s. So, and also it's a manual gearbox. So it's sometimes in the corners you are holding on your go-kart with one hand. So we are ready to witness another race. All the time, the Heat 1 and Heat 2 was quite chaotic, I guess, because we saw that some of the go-karts goes off the track, and a little bit of contact to one of the pilots raised the hand because he don't manage to keep the engine going. So a lot of things could happen. It's a different machinery and classical one, not as fast as we saw those two family members before, but it's decently fast as well. We got the comments on live stream. Please, more interviews. They are interesting and informative. Please, I'm very pleased with your comments, and also we done as much interviews as possible. So thank you for that, and I hope you enjoy all the processes, not only interviews, but yeah, I try to do my best. Not only from my side belongs how many interviews we got, but yeah, we try to keep it up with all type of activities here on the live stream. So I think we have a brief of a moment where we can just a little bit relaxed, grab a cup of water or make a tea or so, relax a bit, and take your time before the main warm-up and formation lap. And just for a reminder, retro go-karts start not in a rolling start, but from stationary positions, which is more exciting, I think, in some kind of way. And I think you can gain more positions and lose more positions on that type of start. So yeah, sometimes it looks like a drag race, especially if you are in the middle and you have a great launch. Yeah, you better watch out not to hit anyone. Right now we have 17:38 in the clocks. And here we are, you can hear those engines roaring. So, Martin Silenieks from Latvia, Rude Racing, he's representing Retro Chiji, or should I say Cheje, because these are quite Lithuanian letters. They're quite the same, but Retro Minsk class got exactly the engine type. Engine manufacturer is from Minsk. Back in the day, they were quite popular machine and common in those times. And they can put up to from 23 up to 28, 29 maybe brake horsepower. So a quite powerful machine. Not the easiest chassis to control. Warm-up lap to keep the tire temperature up to the nice confident levels, to have a great launch, and also I talked with a couple of guys, Saulius Antanaitis, Kęstutis Jankauskas, Evaldas Žitkus, before Saulius Staugaitis from this class, and all they can say that is we just want to have time, nice time in this community, nice atmosphere, and they just they are happy, and if it's possible to overtake somebody, they are more happy. But yeah, they are very super friendly, super nice community, and wonderful guys. So I'm really appreciate their friendliness and effort, and to bring that type of action on Latvian soil. And here we are we ready? Here we are, the great launch from number 11. So far, Evaldas Žitkus launched his go-kart on the outside, on the first corner. A bit too much of the outside, I assume, and then back on the 5th position. Well, something's went wrong, I think, for Evaldas Žitkus, but on the meantime, let's have a look at what is going on in front. So, and Vladas Germanavičius is leading the race with this mixed categories. The second one is Martins Silenieks from Latvia, and the third, Kęstutis Jankauskas. Another overtake, and this time around Gediminas Udras, he was first actually in a heat number 2, so he got the momentum, he got the pace, and it seems like he's fast. Actually, I'm very concerned about Kęstutis Jankauskas. He was pushing very hard indeed, and at the end of a heat number 2, some things went wrong for Kęstutis Jankauskas' tempo, and he's dropping. He's or maybe he just wants to participate in the pack. I'm not sure. Sometimes it feels like he's just want to play around a bit. Martin Silenieks in the second position. Vladas Germanavičius leading the race, and here we are, stuck cart. Just look at that. It seems like it's impossible to move over, and yeah, you need to jump out, buddy. Yeah, you need to jump out and push your go-kart there. Also, that was number 66, and it is Kęstutis Paulikas. Unfortunate moment for him. Number 7, Vladas Germanavičius from Pashka Racing in Retro Cheje category, leading the race quite comfortably, 1.5 seconds so far. Actually, it's a bit more than 1.5 seconds, 1.6 to be exact, 1.9 between leader and the third place, Gediminas Udras. Kęstutis Jankauskas, unfortunately, he's only 5th currently at the moment. That is quite a surprise. He dropped his tempo and dropped his pace at the end of the heat number 2, as I mentioned before. So it's something's went wrong for him. we're not sure, but I just wonder. And great overtake. That was very bad positioning from Vladas Germanavičius on one of the corners. Seems like it left a lot of space from inside. Didn't manage to break enough before the corner. And that means that fellow guy and friend can easily overtake him. Vladas Germanavičius dropping the places. And something's went wrong for him because he was a leader. Right now he's not anymore. Martin Silenek's number 3 leading. Gediminas Udras holding tight. Martin Silenek's not in the lead anymore because Gediminas Udras took that lead position. So a lot of a mix, a lot of confusion because, you know, retro go-karts, sometimes it depends on how good your homework is, how well prepared your go-kart is. Because as you can see, theoretically, a couple of guys are very, very fast indeed. Another hit, they're just dropping like a bird from the sky without any pace. So just a little bit of a push-up there. Not anymore. And strangely enough, Kęstutis Jankauskas, who got amazing pace, right now don't have that anymore. Gediminas Udras leading the race, 1 minute and 1.64. This type of cards, I think it's a very, very nice time indeed. And he's the fastest guy on this soil so far. The closest lap time belongs to number 3 in the grid position, Vladas Germanavičius, go-kart number 7. And also these type of guys, I think they're not putting much of a consistency in the lap times because it's sometimes this machine's too hard to drive. But yeah, nevertheless, excitement, joy, and pure fun is still there. One of the guys just on the last round just mentioned this is a part of the game. It's part of those emotions to few of them raced back in the day and during the 80s or so. And why they are doing this today is not because to prove somebody, for somebody, but just to have fun. Just to have pure fun, just to have a relaxed atmosphere and race and enjoy. And if they manage to overtake somebody, that is even more fun. But yeah, the attitude is quite different for those who are competing in younger days, and probably they have a professional career in the front. So. Seven minutes plus 1 lap. We have half a minute or so, or 1.5 lap to finish this session. Gediminas Udras was the fastest in the Heat 2 in the finals. He's fastest as well. Martin Sileneks can't find the answer because 2.5 seconds. He's behind the P1. 3 seconds gap between P1 and P3, and number 7, Vladas Germanavičius in 3rd position so far. Arnis Seidlers P4, Karl Sohm P5, and Kęstutis Jankauskas is with a Retro Minsk, a leader on his own class. So he's probably let them go. All those retros, GGs in the front, and Kęstutis Jankauskas leading the race in his own league. The rest of the crew from Retro Minsk are not quite fast as Kęstutis Jankauskas. But the thing is that Kęstutis Jankauskas was competing with another retro go-karts and another pilots. Maybe he just done that on purpose. I'm not sure, but There was a lot of action there for P1. Gediminas Udras was in the front, but on the meantime, Vladas Germanavičius got his momentum flowing. Martin Silenex just in that middle of the action. And yeah, here we are. Gediminas Udras finishing comfortably in the front. I was confused for a split of a second, but yeah, it's just... yeah, very, very nice indeed. And here we are, number 19 in your screens. Kęstutis Jankauskas finishing in a comfortable lead. Retro Minsk class, and he's just way ahead of his competition, like 6 seconds ahead. And the rest of the field are finishing right now. And we saw a safety car, Volvo with a trailer on the back, just resuming and joining on the track. That means somebody's needs extra help. Here we are. Look at the class and where everybody is at. And the tempo. What Gediminas Udras done is astonishing. 1 minute and 1.6 seconds the fastest time. Gediminas Udras, congratulations on the wonderful performance on this occasion. Martin Silenex from Latvia, and as well, great performance. Arnis Seidlers, Latvian pilot as well, managed to take that P3. Vladas Germanavičius was quite successful at the beginning, but not successful at the second half of the race. Fourth place for him. Karl Somd, 5th place. And Retro Minsk category, Kęstutis Jankauskas, Evaldas Žitkus and Saulius Antanaitis. Here we are, another replay of the start here, and poor start for number 81, Arnis Seidlers. But he recovered that quite quickly later on. But yeah, that was maybe the best start from all this Sunday's afternoon action, because Heat 1 and Heat 2 was, and they were quite chaotic on some places. Just look at that, 4 go-karts just like in a straight line going side by side. Another misfortune on this time around for one of the pilots, number 66, Kęstutis Paulikas, but he managed to recover and join and finished in 14th place. Not the dead last, or maybe last. No, he's just retired. Yeah, we got a lot of, as I see right now, we got a couple of go-karts off, and probably the Kęstutis Paulikas need to be collected from the track. Number 81, Arnis Seidlers, managed to just squeeze in the 4th place, I assume. Oh, he managed to join on the 3rd. Anyway, as you can see, time is counting down. That means that we have a spare time before our prize-giving ceremony. So stay tuned. We will see you quite soon, and take a rest. Enjoy the weather, enjoy the sun, wherever you are on a global scale. Are you watching us from USA, from Lithuania, Baltic states, Italy, Spain? I wish you all the best, and enjoy the last Sunday of the summer 2023. We're coming back shortly. This is Andrius Janusauskas. Pleasure to be with you here, and we'll see you shortly in a little bit more than another 16 minutes. With me and with you, Martina Stankevičius from Racing Line, or I should say, Lenktynių Linija Drivers Management Team Manager. Martinas, congratulations. Few of your drivers managed to keep up the tempo and clinch that P1. Can you resume what's happened today? And you know, we're quite happy that we start off with a little chat in the beginning of the day, and we wish for the great weather. We had a great weather, and in your personal experience, what you saw, what you liked, what is by far the best thing about today?
Now, talking about the team and being the manager of a team, it's really hard after every race, because as you could imagine, you know, we are participating in different categories, from like the smallest guys, baby, and to the fastest ones. As you could imagine, you know, not everybody gets the best luck through the day. So as I said, it's pretty hard, you know. Some guys are getting podium and top steps, and it's hard to be super happy about that when the others can't finish the race because of some accidents and something like, you know, that. I'm happy that from the team side, mechanics didn't made any mistakes, so everybody could finish except those who had accidents on the track. And overall, talking about the event, I'm happy about the quality. It's really nice that more Latvians joined this event. Okay, we are in Latvia, we hope for that, but more Latvians joined that than we expected. Most of the guys, I mean, in different categories, there were like there weren't one country winning, you know. So it's good to see even Estonians and other countries on the top. So yeah, it's nice to have, as you mentioned, good weather, and when the mood is you know, to the top, and you can enjoy good racing, good overtakes and defense moves, you know, on the track. So that was nice, and I believe that all the spectators enjoyed. Today we had a really good commentator. We had a good team filming the event. This is super important, you know, to catch all the good stuff and interesting stuff on the track. So yeah, I think that the spectators back from home, they could enjoy a really nice racing event, and you know, I would like to invite them to see, you know, the next one.
I really totally agree that it's another thing to see all that type of action live, which is quite nice to see the track from all the angles and stuff like that. And but on the other hand, you have a perfect tool to be here locally, pop up YouTube or Facebook channel, and see even live, participate in all the action, all the drama behind the scenes and stuff. So it's a very, very pleasant community to be here in, first of all, and for nice commentator, I'm very pleased for that. That's beneficial stuff on my occasion. I really try to do my best. Martinas, on resume, what do you expect on the next round? It will be the next round, isn't it?
Yeah, we are still waiting for the last round. Rotax is going again to Latvia, Jelgava, which will happen in the middle of September. Of course, I'm hoping, you know, more guys joining. Hopefully, you know, through the season, it's never late to start. This is really important because, you know, a lot of people are waiting for like spring. You know, all winter they are sitting doing nothing, and they're just dreaming about starting the sport. But actually, the best way to start is like autumn, because you still have plenty of time to prepare for the next season. So hopefully we can see some newcomers. Hopefully we can see more Lithuanians winning. And of course, you know, anyway, I'm all the time for a good fight, for a fair fight on the track. And yeah, hopefully we can see that all of that in the next round.
team manager from Racing Line, or should I say in Lithuanian, Lenktynių drivers management manager. And Martynas Stankevičius is an amazing persona. If you need any advice about go-karting, about your starting your career, you know, they are managing even baby demonstration race participants. So there is a guy to go. So keep that in touch and keep that in mind. So stay tuned. We will continue our program with the prize giving ceremony. Stay tuned. Amazing Sunday and welcome once again on prize giving ceremony. Please make some noise, all the pilots and participants. Fantastic atmosphere here in Latvia, Riga, close to Riga. There's a fantastic venue which is called Triple Free. Be there with your family, friends, and on the next occasion and the next occasion, all right? Be there. And it's time to take a wonderful moments and honored the best of the best in different classes. So are you ready? I hope you're ready. Here we go. Let's start with a little ones Rotax Nano category. Please welcome the third place little lady Gabriela Tankevichute. And also, if you would like to join with coaches and trainees, don't hesitate to join with your kids on the podium. Second place belongs to Domas Norkus, also Lithuania. I guess he's not here at the moment. And let's continue with a top position in Rotax Nano, Jokubas Juozaitis. I'm very, very surprised and keen to understand how fast these little personas go on this track. It's amazing. You're supposed to look at that. And you probably noticed that during the live stream. Rotax Nano podium looks like this. Thank you once again. Make some noise for them. Oh, here we go. Second place, Domas Norkus. Yeah, it probably was celebrating the summer. All right. Thank you very much. That was a podium of the Nano, and thank you guys. Yeah, cheers. Anyway, let's move on. And closer to me, there's our race commissar, and I want to pass a microphone for Maris. He done an amazing job to regulate all things in order, and in his hands there's a traditional trophy for good chest, for good man on the track, for positive atmosphere, and so on. So let's hear out what is nominee and the winner of his honorable mention.
Okay, and this event nomination of the marshals is Rodrigo Kekers for honorable conduct and driving. I am added video and you can see that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm keen to watch that video anyway. Thank you. And yeah, it's wonderful, wonderful moments. It's a symbolic trophy for good manner, good posture on the track. So thank you once again. Make some noise for this type of guy. Let's move on with another page of our procedure. And this time around, I want to invite Rotax Micro U9. 3 of them, and please welcome the third place, Tauras Zimnickas, Lithuania. Tauras Zimnickas somewhere around. Let's keep it on with procedure. Andrus Manushis, second place, U9 Micro. Yeah, it's a high step on the podium. Yeah. And first place, please welcome Oskaras Bakutis. It's and the mechanic, the trainee, got his medal here. It's a nice prize on that, and here we are. Rotax Micro U9. There's a guys who don't have this year their 9th birthday. So they're very young talents pushing those machineries up to the limit and have a great time with the rest of the field. And also, let's continue with Rotax Micro. There's a lot of action going into front, into the middle of the pack, but there was a pleasure and nice things to see. Please welcome the 3rd place, Juris Pluksna. Juris, fantastic performance. Thanks to you for participating in this time around. The 2nd place belongs to Patrikas Jotus. And I assume that Patrikas Jotus is going and winning the Rotax Challenge competition here in this region. So that means that Patrikas Jotus going to Bahrain to participate in the World Global Series for Rotax Championship. Congratulations! What an achievement, Patrikas Jotus. And the 1st place belongs to one person who's got like 2 names. Who's gonna be? Joris Žygimantas Stankevičius! Gold on the back. Gold in the front. He was just like a witcher. He just known beforehand that he's going to win the gold medal and the top trophy. Make some noise once again, Rotax Micro category. Let's continue with Rotax Mini, please. The 3rd place belongs to Kajus Kalinauskas. Lithuania, Kajus Kalinauskas. 6 years of experience, 10.5 years old, pushing very hard, and that was quite of a fight in this category. Thank you very much for that. 2nd place, Rodrigo Kakers. Latin pilots just put himself on the top 2, and P1 belongs to Lithuanian pilot Nemunas Volbekas. Congratulations. Nemunas Volbekas. Ashka Racing team. Great performance, and Nemunas means the longest river in Lithuania. If you wonder what that name really means. Surely we have photography to do for best center position, so don't be mindful about that. So keep it, make some noise, please, people. Rotax Mini. Fantastic. This time around, we're going higher and higher in divisions. Please welcome, we got Rotax Junior. The 3rd place belongs to Aloisas Čekavičius. Aloisas Čekavičius, 3rd place. The 2nd place, Joel Kasper Jopere. The local fella winning the top 2 and jumping on the step number 2 on the podium. And the 1st place belongs to Alice Stoltermain. You know what that means? The girl just gave her up. Hey, please make some noise for Alice! performance. Alice, we know what is Alice, right? You know that song, right? Anyway, thank you very much. That was quite an unexpected Alice finish in a P2, but after the technical procedures, her opponent just disappeared in the distance. So Alice clinched that P1 after off-track manner. Rotax Senior, please welcome three wonderful guys. The third place belongs to Oscar Savitsky. Oscar Savitsky, this type of a category were very, very intense, even though that Oscar Savitsky just went off track, clinched with his opponents and rivals. That was quite an astonishing and thrilling thing to see. Oscar in the third place. Second place, Marta Spike. Another lady on the podium, that is quite an announcement. And Marta, congratulations. This is one occasion, not because she's a lady, I just all the day wondering how to pronounce your surname, please.
You pronounce it correctly.
Spike?
You can say Spike or Spike.
I like Spike. I like spikes, yeah. Once again, Marta Spike. And please welcome, he's carrying a Red Bull t-shirt. That means a lot in motorsport. And his name is Sebastian. What a coincidence. They are fast guys, those Sebastians. Oh boy. Please welcome Rotax Senior winner Sebastian Adari. Here we are, Rotax Senior. Senior? Yeah, seniors? I don't think so. Anyway, but they quite an experienced guy. Oh. I just got a reference, that's why that was happening. Because that was Marta Spike's first podium! And that was Marta's first shower in champagne. And now she needs to recover her makeup after all that. Anyway, congratulations, thank you very much. Don't, yeah, it can be slippery. Yeah. The lake is there, Marta. Marta, the lake is there. Yeah. Champagne is pouring under her neck. Yeah. I just want to remind our audience that champagne is not real. It's not an alcoholic one. That's for sure, 100%. All right, that was quite of a ceremony, isn't it? Woo. Okay, it's time for take DD2 Masters on the podium. Please welcome Armand Kunz. Armand, congratulations. The third step is yours. Please welcome Ivars Us, second place. Also Latin pilot. And the first place belongs to, in Lithuania we call it Richardas, and in Latvian, Rikards Kantems. Richard said that he wasn't fast, only his opposition was lazy. That was quite a statement. I think they quite will be on revenge next time around on the next occasion, on the next round. So this is a DD2 Masters podium. Okay. Just take a uniform back for a nice position. DD2 Masters. Make some noise, people. DD2 were intense because there were competing like 8 pilots, and top 3 looks like this. The third place, Andrius Zinkevičius, Lithuania. Andrius Zinkevičius looks like a model. That's why he loves cameras. Very astonishing performance all Sunday long. Please welcome second place on the podium, Ragnar Verus. And the first place belongs to Maxim Shurko. Maxim previously on the live stream said that that was quite of a challenging day to participate, but he keep it calm, make us strategic moves, and he pushing hard. And you know, for pushing hard, that was his reward. That was DD2, Rotax DD2 podium. I want to invite a very friendly podium because we have 2 family members. You saw them before. They are quite young. They represent Lithuania both, and they represent OKN Junior and OKN classes, but yeah, just family members, and they got like a very good practice runs and a lot of laps from not this Sunday only, but they started from Tuesday. Yeah, they are future talents. They are talented enough, and they pushed very hard their machineries. Please welcome the future stars in Europe and in global scale, I think. Markas Šilkūnas, Vanessa Šilkūnaitė. Brother and sister, Marcus is 14 years old, Vanessa 12 years old, different categories, but they are pushing really hard, and this is a new type of category where FIA are pushing to participate young talents from entire Europe and entire globe. So a couple of Lithuanians are training very hard for future debut in European and World Championship rounds, and they will continue to do that this spring, not this spring, but this autumn and this September. We're traveling to Italy to push more laps. So Markas Šilkūnas, Vanessa Šilkūnaitė, well done, best of luck for you guys. It's time for classical stuff, and I just want to say a big thank you for all these guys, because you're delivering the classical taste in our field. Please welcome, we announce the Retro TG, yeah, that's Lithuanian letters, by the way, Retro class. The third place belongs to Arnis Seidels, Latvia. Arnis Seidlers, thank you very much, and yeah, that was the third place from him. The second place belongs to Martins Silenex. Two Latvian pilots, but in the first place goes Lithuanian pilot number 5. Please welcome Gediminas Udras. Like many years ago, probably, or not many years ago, they tried it once and they cannot stop. So, congratulations once again on that. And please welcome Retro Minsk class and category. Please welcome the third place, Saulius Antonaitis. Saulius Antonaitis, very nice persona to chat with. Started on early age, but still keep going and enjoying the moment and enjoying the fun what go-karts can deliver. Second place, please welcome Evaldas Žitkus. And the first place, I mentioned before that this person very special one for this community because he brings that community together and make retro class and categories happen. Not only in winter category, but yeah, it's astonishing performance from, please welcome, Kęstutis Jankauskas. Couple of podium photos, and one more time make some noise for the rest of the best. Absolutely amazing atmosphere, and spending 2 days here, that was quite an experience. I mean, one more time, thank you Latvia for bringing a nice atmosphere, and I want to thank for our audience who stick with us for the rest of the day, and hope you enjoy this live stream. Please follow Lietuvos Kartingo Federacija pages, Lithuanian Go-Kart Federation pages on various types of media channels. My name is Andrius Janušauskas. I'm from Lithuania, but I'm enjoying in a global scale. Keep it nice and tidy. I'm your next Extreme Sports commentator, saying goodbye for now, and I hope you see you next time. And for now, I think it's time to take a rest before the next round. So stay tuned, please follow, and have a nice day. And enjoy the rest of the summer of 2023. Saying goodbye for now. Stay tuned. Bye.